Good day, passengers. This is your captain speaking once again. For the last 25 years, we at Cebu Pacific have been enabling everyone to fly. And it has been such an honor to have made a lot of travel moments with you. We have always been known to make the flight experience fun for everyone. And as the skies open once again, let us look back at our 8 shared milestones. What a great day to fly! On March 8, 1996, we made our first maiden voyage from Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair, March 2004. We pioneered the first ever piso sale in the market. These piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby 𝗕𝗏𝗏 came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Ceb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope, to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers.
Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino. Together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students.
Providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation.
𝗏 is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, 𝗏 offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers.
Providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, to seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements.
Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's.
We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity. And we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, It is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth,
boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country,
and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind.
With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos. We are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve.
Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful.
With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
Thank you for calling PLDT. How can I help you?
Good morning, sir.
They will call
Uy,
you with
kumusta? Kabasit?
Thank you. You came all the way just to give me this. Yes, of course. There's a little
I
extra.
really enjoyed your presentation.
I'm glad that you enjoyed the presentation, sir.
You know, out of all the meetings...
Pala yan?
Ma'am, kayo po.
It's been a while.
Oo,
Thanks everyone and stay safe. Bye guys!
Ikaw at ako pinagtagpo, nag-usap ang ating puso, nagkasundong magsama habang buhay.
Ikaw at ako, together, we have transformed homes into sanctuaries, working and learning spaces.
Ikaw at ako, making lives better through education.
Ikaw at ako, hawak kamay, ipagpatuloy natin ang pagsilbi sa ating mga kababayan.
Sana'y di magmaliw ang pagtingin, kay daling sabihin, kay hirap gawin, sa mundong walang katiyakan. Sabay nating gawin kahapon ng bukas.
Ikaw at ako, magkasalo sa pag-share ng happiness sa buong bansa.
Ikaw at ako, patuloy na nagbibigay ng serbisyo para mapasaya ang mga Pilipino.
Ikaw at ako ay magkatuwang sa pagbibigay pag-asa sa bawat Pilipino.
Bawat hangad kayang abutin, sa pangambay di paaalipin. Basta't ikaw, ako, tayo, magpakailanman.
Ikaw at ako, patuloy ang ating serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Together, let us make things happen today.
Ikaw at ako, magka-partner sa pagsasakatuparan ng ligtas, convenient, at affordable na pagbiyahe ng mga Pilipino kapiling ang ating mga mahal sa buhay para sa inaasam-asam na better normal.
Ngayon at kailanman, ikaw at ako.
Here's a warm hello from Eastern Communications. We're here to present a refreshing point of view that when it comes to delivering business communication solutions, it's time to bring back the human connection. As we do all we can to offer technology that is always solid and reliable, we never lose sight of our brand of personalized customer service. It's a connection that is both high-tech and high-touch. That's our strong connection. We are Eastern Communications.
We are an organization intensive in youth, in desires, and in a commitment to take great steps to live the values that unite us. We are a company that listens to a mission and has decided to respond daily to the call. We are 𝗜𝗚𝗃, establishing a welcoming and respectful workplace that affirms the dignity of each person, fostering the spirituality and unique contributions of each individual through our Mission at Work programs. Communication at Work promotes an open communication based on respect, mutual trust, and the understanding of the mission, values, and plans of 𝗜𝗚𝗃. Learn at Work. Support employees through career development classes. Care at Work. Support an environment where the person trusts and support each other in a caring second family manner. But making people's lives better goes beyond employees. It also refers to employees' families and our communications through our Give at Work program. We support charities and establishments that provide assistance to the underprivileged. And Fun at Work, to keep our employees engaged through fun activities. Our mission is our call, and we share it with you so that our strides values will be an explicit, concrete, and visible commitment to serve and love others. In order to be the best BPO, we make people's lives better.
At Vivant, we embrace change because we know that to succeed, we need to be a strong partner. A partner who takes the time to listen and provide solutions that benefit everyone. Vivant's growth throughout the energy sector is a testament to our strategic relationship and our ability to adapt to a changing world. As we expand beyond power, our business model of foresight, cooperation, and adaptability will always push us forward. Vivant, solutions for a changing world.
Ako si Arnold Dasis, ang may-ari ng Arnet Agrimarts, at ito ang diskarte ko. One-stop shop kami for all gardening and farming needs. Nagbebenta kami ng pots, fertilizers, seeds, and greenhouse materials. Actually, before Lazada, I have to travel a lot to meet distributor kasi kailangan mo silang puntahan para makabenta ka. So, malimit, malayo ako sa pamilya ko. And kailan talaga doble-doble yung effort mo para makabenta ka lang. Actually, hindi rin naman ako techie so wala rin ako masyadong alam sa online. And yun yung maganda kay Lazada kasi marami siyang tools. Nandyan yung Lazada University para lahat ng kailangan mong malaman, madali mong matututunan. And nandyan din yung community of sellers na very much willing tumulong lalo na sa mga bagong sellers. Hindi lang basta nakabawi yung business namin, mas lumaki pa siya ngayon. At kahit mas malaki siya ngayon, mas magaan yung trabaho namin kasi online na lahat. Huwag kayong matakot matuto at sumubok ng bago kasi andyan naman sa Lazada lahat ng kailangan nyo para mag-succeed ang business nyo. Lahat naman siguro tayo nakakapa sa sitwasyon natin ngayon. Pero salit na tingnan natin ito bilang problema, maganda siguro tingnan natin bilang opportunity upang mag-adapt at mag-evolve sa pagpapalaganap ng e-commerce sa Pilipinas. Kasi kung kaya ko, kaya niyo rin. Lazada.
They don't want. If we get everyone else vaccinated, 70% yung tinatawag na herd immunity, maprotektahan yung 30% na hindi magpabakuna. Oo.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudungang kaugmaon sa kanaw-kanaw. Sugdantang pagbangon, dungan natong sugato na bagong adlaw. Karon ang panahon, busa magpabakuna ta, kini ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon, usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID man pabakuna. Di na nato dugayo, di na panumbalingon na kabala ka. Magpabakuna ta, hindi ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon, usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID man pabakuna.
Invite na po ang mga tao nga magpabaksin sila.
I encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Invite mo tanan nga to take the opportunity to have a vaccine. Free ta tanan sa worries or sa anxiety na to sa about this pandemic which is the COVID-19.
The best vaccine is the one that is available.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudungang kaugmaon ta, higala. busa magbabakuna ta.
Now that we have the vaccines here, please do avail of the vaccine to end this pandemic.
Good afternoon, everyone. To formally start our program, may I request everybody to please pause for a while for the invocation to be followed by the singing of the national anthem.
Let us all bow our heads and put ourselves in the holiness of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear Almighty and ever-loving God, we glorify and thank Thee, Your name. You have showered us with so much blessings, and Your presence continuously reminds us of Your faithfulness and guidance. With this, may we humbly ask You to shower our speakers today of Your greatest inspiration, so that they may share most of their knowledge, heart, and soul to their respective topics. May we also absorb the invaluable knowledge, experiences, and put into practice what we may learn today. We pray that You bless all the committees in charge, that they may be able to fulfill their task responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. Your infinite blessing would mean the success of this seminar. May we be a living witnesses of Your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this activity. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, tewas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di magdidinig. Lumang ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 CBM ICT BPM Summit. The pandemic has resulted to many events that have been canceled or postponed. The CBM is an annual activity of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and despite the pandemic, and instead of having it only for a month or two, we have been able to do activities all year round as we continue serving the members and the whole Cebu community, or even the Visayas and the whole nation in this very challenging moment. So before we continue with this afternoon's activity, I would like to thank and acknowledge the companies and individuals that have made this event possible. So our Omnibus Platinum sponsors are Cebu Pacific Air, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, PLDT Enterprise, and Ride Hero. Our Omnibus Gold sponsors are Eastern Communications, Qualphone Philippines, Vivant Energy Corporation. The Omnibus Silver sponsors are Ayala Land Incorporated, Cebu Holdings Incorporated, Lazada Philippines, Ramon Aboitiz Foundation Incorporated, and Security Bank Corporation. Event sponsors are Lexmark Research and Development Corporation, Pioneer, or is it Pioneer? Atox Business Solutions Incorporated, Performance 360 Global Services, and Golden Prince Hotel and Suites. The event donors are QBE Group, Shared Services Limited, Philippine Branch, 𝗥𝗚𝗃𝗃 Technical Services Philippines Incorporated, and special thanks to Aerophone Enterprises and Company and RMA News. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the ICT BPM Summit. This is part of Cebu Business Month. We just call it CBM 2021, although we're doing it for several months now. And to officially welcome us all for this activity, I would like to request our president of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Felix Tagyam, to give us his welcome remarks. Felix, good afternoon.
Hey, Brad. Good afternoon. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, Lex, you're good to go. Your audio is okay and video is good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nimrod, thank you very much. Nice day today. Good afternoon, everybody. I can see the personnel and VIPs in this what we call Zoom. We really have a powerhouse of speakers today. To our colleagues from government, esteemed speakers and panelists, valued sponsors, friends from the media, our CCI trustees and members, viewers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today, and allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all our members, especially our sponsors and partners, for their active and constant support in transforming our goals into reality. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this year's ICT BPM Summit of the CBM 2021. We will conduct the summit with 2 days of convergence, providing interactive sessions where the key players in the public and private sectors share ideas, updates, opportunities, and action plans geared to build a more revolutionary, inclusive, in solidarity, and empowered ecosystem for our ICT BPM, especially for our MSMEs in what we hope and pray is the most pandemic era and beyond. It is no secret today that the pandemic has ignited challenges and disruptions in our lives, and enablers, producers and consumers alike. While the pandemic is undoubtedly a time of difficulty, it is also becoming a time of opportunity. While the crisis caused unfortunate business closures, both temporarily and permanently, we also see segments of our MSMEs and startups flourish. We are a witness to what we can achieve with our synergy, especially if we work together as one in facilitating the value chain in industries which undeniably functions as pillars of our economy. Of course, we are referring to the country's ICT BPM industry. It is this sector that during the hardest time we had last year, we had seen the economy on an open-close situation, but the ICT BPM industry is a resilient industry that, in fact, employment has been constant and even adding more to the business. Even before the pandemic, our Philippine government invested in our ICT BPM. The Philippines Information Technology and Business Process Management sector is considered as one of the best performing and employment generating areas of our economy. In fact, earlier this year, the Information Technology and Business Process Association of the Philippines cited outstanding progress both in employment and profit during the height of the pandemic, with a growth of 1.8% compared to our 2019 and revenue of $26.7 billion in 2020, amounting to 1.4% increase from 2019. The DICT continues to full support through these various initiatives, including its Digital Cities 2025 program. Private players in the industry has also acted swiftly in helping the industry pivot. We see innovation and resilience all around. Many businesses, including huge corporations, embrace flexible work operations and keep the 1.3 million jobs, accounting for $26.3 billion in revenues, which keep the industry afloat. With technologies that have been improving so much, and I thank all our telecom players in the industry for giving us the capability of the higher data bandwidth, which we are now seeing and is improving so much that we all are now able to use and improve fast in our business environment. The CCCI has initiated strategic collaboration in order to fully support our industry in an ever-changing landscape. This includes focus on digital innovation, which will secure business community as we recover from the crisis and come out stronger than ever. Still, we constantly provide interactive platforms where experts and novices can freely share insights on its growth and development and be inspired to innovate and create. This is exactly what we have in mind for this year's ICT BPM Summit. Together with our esteemed panelists, I hope that this summit shall serve as a viable mechanism for us to address the tenacious needs of our sector on behalf of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the CBM 2021 Working Committee. Once again, I welcome you all to our CBM 2021 ICT BPM Summit. Thank you, and may we have a good webinar this afternoon and tomorrow. Good day to all. Thank you, Nimrod.
Thank you very much, President Felix Tagyam, and it's good to see you again, Felix, after quite some time. Although we do see each other only online now, not anymore before when we used to be together almost every week for meetings. Well, to give us an overview of this afternoon's event, I'd like to call the chairperson for ICT BPM of CBM 2021, Jocelyn Canyon. Jos?
Thank you, Sir Nimrod. It's Jocelyn Cannon. It's
Cannon, yeah, Cannon. Yeah.
Okay, so CCCI President, Sir Felix Tagyam, IBPAC President, Mr. Ricky Salvador, Honorary Consul General of People's Republic of Bangladesh, Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗼𝗂, DICT Regional Director, Rica Morris, PSIA President, Mr. Jonathan De La Zuriaga, esteemed speakers, valued sponsors, friends from the media, viewers, good afternoon. Thank you for gracing this year's ICT BPM Summit with your presence. I am honored and thankful to be in this event and to witness another opportunity where we work together in bringing about our common goals into success. Pondering upon the past year when the pandemic hit us made me think of an infamous line by a social media entrepreneur which goes, "Technology is best when it brings people together." This is made much clearer when social media became the primary means for all of us to stay connected. This is true not just in our personal lives, but also in the way we do business and keep the engine of our economy working. For instance, the DICT has launched various programs and partnerships online, which has provided viable support for Filipinos. As such, it is through the power of various technological advancements that has made several projects of CCCI to continue despite limited physical interactions. The same thing goes for much of our government units, be it in the local or national level. looking at the bigger picture made me feel grateful on what CCCI was able to accomplish. The Chamber was able to organize and hold purposive events, which turned into robust partnerships that do not only provide support for entrepreneurs, but also to working professionals and local talents. These events include the ICT BPM Summit, which we are currently holding under this year's CBM 2021, the flagship project by CCCI. This summit aims to actualize the CBM's plans, which will develop a revolutionized, inclusive, solidarity, and empowered ICT BPM ecosystem for Cebuanos. In short, RISE Cebuanos. Guided by CBM's theme, which is to rise forward by inspiring, promoting, and growing businesses, this summit will bring together key players in the ICT BPM industry to share ideas, lessons, opportunities, and strategies. With that, this summit seeks to offer an open space to spark progress, synergy, awareness, and growth among private and public sectors in the community. The goals of this occasion won't be possible without the active support coming from our government. And with it, we also strive to build stronger connection with our government for common good. Truly, should we seek to rise forward, we must do it as one. We are beyond thankful for the time and takeaways in store for all of us from our speakers and panelists. These include ideas on strategic crisis management, business processes through digital innovation and technology, and ecosystem development for a more sustainable, inclusive growth for the ICT BPM industry. By the end of the event, we will give our participants the chance to raise questions on the topics presented. Ultimately, we hope that this year's ICT BPM Summit shall function as reference point for all of us as we cruise through the challenges laid to us by the pandemic. Thank you, and once again, maayong hapon. Back to you, Nemrod.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Jocelyn Cannon, for giving us the overview for this afternoon's activity. And to start the activity, I would like to introduce to you our keynote speaker. So, our keynote speaker leads and directs the IBPAP's efforts. The IBPAP, by the way, is the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines. So he leads the IBPAP's efforts in building and strengthening relations with partner associations and partners in the industries. As a representative of the industry, he works closely with the executive and legislative branches of the government on developing growth strategies, addressing social concerns, and driving investor interest. He also expands and implements membership initiatives to encourage more partnerships and create a more collaborative IT BPM ecosystem. His experience as a corporate lawyer spans over 20 years and cuts across multiple sectors. Throughout his career, he continuously refined and demonstrated his expertise in policy shaping, stakeholder management, regulatory affairs, customer care, business continuity, crisis response, and public communications, among others. Our speaker graduated with a business management degree from Ateneo de Manila and a law degree from the University of the Philippines College of Law. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Executive Director for External Affairs and Investor Relations of IBPAP, 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠. Good afternoon, Ricky.
Maayong hapon sa inyong lahat. Thank you for that very generous introduction, Sir Nimrod. I'd like to also thank the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this invitation. Thank you to your president, 𝗕𝗟𝗧-𝗕𝗰𝗠, and to the chairperson of this ICT BPM Summit, Ms. 𝗕𝗠𝗃𝗠. And I'd also like to greet your members, the CCCI members, and even our IBPAP members who are present in Cebu. I would have wanted to fly to Cebu and partake of the delicious Cebu lechon, but because of the current situation, I could not do that. But well, we'll do it virtually. I'm very excited to talk about the most recent developments in the IT BPM sector and what the post-pandemic ICT BPM landscape holds for all of us. So thank you. I'd also like to thank, of course, the organizers and my fellow speakers this afternoon. Let's all enjoy, and I also hope to pick up some new knowledge and information from my fellow speakers. So, okay, I have a presentation. It's not that long. I only have 15 minutes to present. So I chose a very, there. Okay. So I like your theme, looking ahead and rising forward, as because I think that is what we all want to happen. We all want to rise forward, look ahead, and overcome what we just went through. So I'll talk about what we did go through, the changes, the challenges brought about by COVID-19. We all experienced this. Make no mistake, you and I all experience changes because of the pandemic, because of COVID-19. It's something that we want to put behind us. But what did we find out? There were changes brought about in terms of altered client needs and demands. What does this mean? There were sectors that had to scale back. There were sectors that also had to ramp up. E-commerce, as we all know, did very well. The health sector did very well. Unfortunately, the hospitality industry, the tourism industry had to take a backseat. I know that Cebu has wonderful beaches, wonderful resorts. That is coming back slowly, but during the pandemic, yes, we did experience some setbacks in those areas, and that did alter the needs and demands of the clients in the IT BPM industry. Those who were servicing that the tourism and hospitality sectors had to shift, probably to healthcare information, probably to software, or other areas which were needed during this time, this very challenging time. What else? We also saw modified prevailing work models. From the office, our employees had to go back to their residences, had to go back home and work from home. That's why the phrase work from home, or WFH was coined. And that's still happening until now, but that was a major change. And fortunately, we were able to shift. Our industry was very agile, and we were able to shift to the hybrid working model. I know that some of our members here are on hybrid. Some of them also have on-site operations. That's fine. It all depends on the needs of the client, right? Some clients do demand or require that services be rendered on-site. Some clients are all right with the work from home model. So right now, that's what we saw happen in 2020. What else was brought about by this pandemic? Accelerated digital transformation. suddenly everyone has GCash and has been sending money via electronic means. No? Everyone has been ordering online. People who didn't used to download the apps for delivery started downloading, started using it. And all of this also, no, because our industry is the backbone of those services. We did see massive acceleration in digital transformation. The enterprises also had to transform digitally. No? SMEs and even the big businesses also had to accelerate their digital transformation. Some banks, no, who I spoke to, said that their digital transformation happened as early as 10, 15 years ago, but truly this pandemic has accelerated it to a very fast pace. And I don't think there's no reversal. It's something that we should embrace. So this was mentioned by your president, Sir Felix, earlier. No? Despite the setbacks, despite COVID-19, we did overcome adversity, and we did demonstrate resilience, and it was shown. No? So over the years, this graph from 2011, we have been growing, and these are very good numbers. Because we still continue to grow, and in a while I will show you just how much we think the industry will grow. Okay, before we go into the Philippine numbers, let's talk about global IT BPM. What's the forecast for the global IT BPM industry? In a recent study done by Everest Group, looking at the global landscape, they are seeing in our industry, the IT BPM industry, growth between 7 to 8% in terms of full-time employees, so manpower. And in terms of revenue, we expect also to grow by high single digits, 8% to low mid double digits, 13%. And that is driven by, number one, a soaring appetite for outsourcing. You all know this. Probably you've seen the massive volume of work being undertaken. There's all the services, additional contracts, because of the global appetite for outsourcing. IBPAP has also been talking to a lot of interested investors, enterprises who want to enter the country simply because of their BCP. It's probably driven by their BCP. It's also probably driven by our talent, and I'll talk about that later. Again, this global IT BPM growth has also been driven by higher value services. And this is all, it's all interrelated. Digital acceleration, all the shift that we've seen to higher value services. This is driving, because your companies are able to demand probably a premium because of the search for talent, this talent gap that you are experiencing. There's a high demand for services, and we're all looking for talent to fulfill those services. In the meantime, of course, law of supply and demand dictates that there would be one of those items going up, and that would probably be revenue, which is driving it. What other driving forces? As you can see there, very positive enterprise sentiment. I've spoken to a lot of interested enterprises who want to expand, who want to merge, acquire. These are all happening right now. Vaccine rollout is also adding to this global services industry rise. You've seen our good numbers in terms of vaccine rollout. Of course, it was concentrated in the early portions, in the early parts in the NCR. I think Cebu was also included, so good for that, no? And I hope the vaccine rollout continues. I saw your video earlier encouraging people to get vaccinated. That's very good, no? And I laud you for that. What else? Physical stimulus across multiple geographies. Governments are pumping a lot of capital into their markets so that businesses can start again. And because of that, we see that outsourcing, it's driving outsourcing. Pent-up demand again. Pent-up demand, we see that for, okay, there's a term in tourism, no? We call it revenge tourism. Probably you or yourselves or some people you know are going out to your beautiful resorts in Mactan and other areas of Cebu, all the way down to even 𝗥𝗲𝗃. Pent-up demand is driving that. Again, digital acceleration will always be there. And of course, the need for cost optimization. And we are in that, we are part of this global ecosystem. So all these 6 factors and the others that I mentioned are really driving it. So what else? No? It's also driven. We saw on the right side of your screen, you will see a very short table. And we just wanted to capture here the emerging subsegments. So we're all, we all know about customer service. We all know about IT. No? These are the common bread and butter services, but we're seeing emerging subsegments. So, complex services, cloud and data center services, finance and accounting is always going to be there, but as you can see here, there are subsegments that are growing. No? Data analytics, all these AI and IT applications, maintenance work, all happening right now. So that's what we're seeing driving the sector globally. So how are we doing in the Philippines? And for that, let's shift gears locally. I guess let's talk about the Philippine GDP first. In Q3, it was reported that we climbed to 7.1%. This is great news compared to where we were a year ago at negative 11.6. Okay, for that, we have a lot of people to thank, including you, including your association, including all your members, for driving this GDP growth. But let's go to the specific IT BPM forecast for 2021. It's actually mirroring what we're seeing, what the NEDA saw. In terms of FTE, we're looking at 7 to 8%. That's in line with the global estimates. Same with revenue, 8 to 12%. Also in line with the global estimates. We also ran a survey among our members, and the results are in the bars there. 56% of our members said that they forecast double-digit growth this year. 38% of our members in IBPAP said that they are experiencing single-digit growth. Flat, just 6%. No? So at least very, very optimistic forecast coming from the IT BPM sector. And we're just happy that we are aligned with the global estimates. And to further, confirm, we can also see the indicators coming from real estate, from Job Street. Let's talk about Job Street first. They say that job openings in our industry are 30% higher than fiscal year 2020. And this is just for the 8th month period of 10 months. It's 30% higher than what we had last year. And last year was modest growth. Okay. In terms of real estate, and this is coming from 𝗟𝗟, Properties Consultants, one of our members, versus year to date, demand for office space has grown by 10%. 169,000 square meters of office space. And we are the single biggest absorber of office real estate right now. Key locations, and you will be very happy to find out that Cebu is there. Cebu is also driving the growth of the real estate sector in the IT BPM space in the countryside. Okay, we've been recognized by the DTI, the DOLE, and PEZA, all testaments coming from Sec Lopez, Secretary Bello, and DG Charito Plaza, whose birthday it is today. All are saying that all are recognizing our contribution to saving jobs, the economic recovery, and generating revenue, dollar revenue for our country. So thank you very much to your members and to the sector. This is my last slide. I'd like to thank the government. I know our government partners are in this summit. I'd like to thank them personally. Without the government's responsiveness, without the government's help, we would not have attained our growth numbers in 2020 and our growth projections in 2021, which we are on track to attain. How did the government do this? If you will recall, they tagged us as an essential sector, as an essential industry, aligned with the manufacturing, health sectors. We were allowed to do 100% on-site work during the time of the pandemic. This enabled massive mobilization of cargo and personnel to your residences, to your homes. And thank you also to the Department of Finance, the FIRB, for allowing us to operate, to continue operating up to 90% work from home until the end of March 2022. Big help. We really asked for this, and it was given to us. And we'd like to thank even the DTI, who is co-chairperson of the FIRB, for this concession. What else? Government was also instrumental in safeguarding the health and well-being of the IT BPM workforce. We were declared part of A4 earlier than the other industries. We were able to secure partnerships with LGUs in Manila and the provinces, which enabled us to vaccinate our workers, our IT BPM industry workers, quicker, faster, so that we can sort of normalize operations if we needed to go to on-site operations. And even the IT BPM sector, we procured 1 million doses of AstraZeneca, Moderna, Novavax through tripartite agreements. This happened earlier this year. We're all getting these vaccines. They are coming in. We are getting inoculated through this process. And again, I'd also like to thank our members from the telco, the infrastructure, for stepping up. Our members, Globe, PLDT, Converge, Eastern, who is here in the summit, as a co-speaker. All of you stepped up. And if it wasn't for our telco partners, we wouldn't have grown this much. So again, this is more of a thank you piece and a very optimistic forecast for our sector. I guess during the summit, the question which will be answered is, what are we going to do? We see this massive opportunity in front of us. Let's take advantage of it. Let's do something to maximize the benefits of this opportunity. Thank you very much for everyone's attention. Back to you, Nimrod.
Thank you very much, Mr. 𝗕𝗖𝗧-𝗕-𝗆𝗇 of IBPAP, So I got it now. I don't have to say IBPAP. It's IBPAP. So this afternoon, we're going to have 2 sessions. The first will be on strategic crisis management, and the next one will be entitled Rethink Business Processes Through Digital Innovation and Technology. So let's start with the first. And after all our speakers, you will have a chance to ask them questions. So please hold your horses, keep your questions, and you can send it through our chat box so that our staff will be able to relay them to me, and I'll be the one to read them for our speakers to answer later on. So let us start with the first session on strategic crisis management. So our first speaker is actually somebody who doesn't need too much introduction. He is a past president of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Honorary Consul General of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, a former adjunct professor of the Asian Institute of Management. He's also somebody we call as the Dean because he is the chief mentor of the KMME Go Negosyo of DTI Region 7 and founder and president of FAMCOR Consultants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Dean, our past president, Virgilio Nonoy Espeleta. Good afternoon, Noy.
Good afternoon, Nimrod. Thank you very much to President Felix.
Your audio is okay, Noy. You can proceed.
President Felix, CBM Chair Mike Cubos, and IT-BPM Chair, Conference Chair Jocelyn Cannon, members of the trustees of the Chamber of Commerce, our CCI-QMT, and our esteemed speakers, led by 𝗕𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠, sponsors and fellow members, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my distinct pleasure to be here and to participate in this year's ICT BPM Summit to learn as well as to share my insights on strategic crisis management for economic recovery. As a guide, the organizers want me to talk about 4 areas, namely, first, on the changing business landscape triggered by the crisis. 𝗕𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠 already mentioned some of which. Second is on how the private sector perceived and responded. The third is how active is the private sector in the economic recovery and growth post-COVID-19. And the last is the fourth is the strategic pivots for business to adapt and readiness using tools in various areas of crisis management. With only 15 minutes time, the task is daunting as the topics are broad, however relevant as we face the new normal. Well, the changing business landscape brought about by the pandemic, never in our history that our business landscape has changed so drastically, abruptly, and substantially. The pandemic, which nobody anticipated, has brought us to our knees with mind-boggling and life-threatening conditions. It was both life and livelihood that became the initial choice at extreme ends in the balance. Obviously, it is life that takes precedence, and our livelihood options had to focus on what are life's essentials, namely health and the basic needs of people. Money and fame became irrelevant at the early stage when you are threatened with COVID-19 at very high death rates. With more than a year now, here we are continuously adapting with the changing business landscape brought by the pandemic, putting emphasis on the essentials needed by the community. This doesn't stop with food, but we look into our healthcare ecosystem. We've witnessed how our local talents and professionals shifted from office work to working from home. In the business sector, we have to speed up adoption of technology tools. This includes online transactions, meetings, selling with the use of social media. Along with amplified digital marketing, there's an evident increase in digital transactions and the utilization of delivery platforms. The crisis didn't only change the landscape on how we do business, but it has also transformed consumers' attitude and behavior. As a result, many brands, especially those in the B2C space, have personalized the way they connect with their customers. This is evident with a significant increase in the use of online shopping platforms to buy goods and services. Indeed, social media has proven its worth not only in establishing connection pertaining to e-commerce, but also in gaining new clients, partnerships, and sales. It became a quick equalizer as it has also paved way for new businesses, startups, and small businesses to thrive and compete. Most of these started as home business propelled by personal hobbies and interests. Trendiest ones are homemade food items and gardening products. Still, even with the benefits of digitalization, some businesses were forced to halt their operation, and there are those which are struggling to stay afloat. Business continuity planning has never been more relevant and necessary that companies, big and small, should adopt BCP. Having BCP will enable entrepreneurs to assess the level of risk and vulnerability of their businesses and develop an effective risk and contingency system for the business. Now, how did the private sector react? How did we react? And how did we respond? On the onset of the pandemic last year, specifically in February 2020, when I was the outgoing president of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce, CCCI was the first organization within the private sector to call for concerted action against COVID-19. We were specific in our appeal to the business and management sector, to the labor sector, to the banking institutions, commercial space owners, utility companies, industry players, as well as to the government agencies and LGUs. Summoned for help by the city government, we came up with an inclusive, multi-stakeholder, and strategic thrust to address the impact of COVID-19 with specific programs. We are proud to have helped our most admired, most business-friendly mayor, Mayor 𝗥𝗲𝗏, whose soul we pray for eternal rest. As I speak, his remains dito sa Cosmopolitan. Well, in our series of workshops, then Mayor 𝗏 was determined to address the pain points of the people of Cebu, and likewise the same concern of most LGUs, as the prolonged lockdown had impacts on hunger among the poor, fear of COVID and the sickness, plus the inadequacy of healthcare at the time system, loss of jobs, jobless returning OFWs, jobless non-enrolling students, closures, bankruptcy of businesses, depressed market, and the challenge of reviving the market or the business. No face-to-face sessions, schools used as isolation centers, and the idea of virtual schooling, and the danger of loss of hope and worse, unrest, civil unrest, and distrust in the government. Shown are the menu of programs that we suggested the city to embark, and we are glad that some are implemented even as I speak now, except that for the political process and budgetary requirement, other programs took some time to execute. Others are still in the back burner. We rationalize our position that Cebu is the region's economic driver. Specific programs were presented to the mayor and the city council, including the provincial board. Citing the challenges, we outlined the severity of the impact as far as business closure and employment. We likewise espouse for unity and solidarity among all sectors so that we can converge and collaborate in our efforts to manage the impact of COVID-19. The Chamber, under the leadership of our COVID President, 𝗤𝗏𝗏, served as convener of the Project Balikbuhay in order to assist entrepreneurs in balancing life and livelihood or health and business. We were active in forming the Cebu COVID Citizens Initiatives. We launched mind setting and behavioral campaigns, including production of several information materials about COVID and how we should not be gahig ulo, matigas ang ulo, and to instead cooperate and behave in bayanihan spirit. It was war against COVID. We formed this multi-sectoral initiative where we collaborated to rally public support, assist in healthcare system, governance, support, and ramping up businesses with new workplace protocols. Various campaigns have been done, including the production of posters and also the composition of the song. If you heard this, 𝗜𝗔𝗕𝗠 ang magtinabangay. This song was sung by top Cebuano performers through the Cebu Citizens Initiative movement. CCCI actively partnered and supported the programs initiated by the local government. We have done this through our proposed economic stimulus programs with the LGUs and RDC7 in my capacity as chairman of the Economic Development Committee of RDC7. And we have submitted an executive legislative agenda. We submitted many proposals presented to the different bodies in the executive legislative bodies, including a thorough presentation of several of its programs, strategic thrust to boost economic and LGU programs, which includes opening up, ramping up economic activities, stimulus programs, creating new economic opportunities, and likewise enabling policies and programs. Now, in 2021, our efforts shifted on the vaccination program. We supported the government through the Project Balikbuhay and Go Negosyo in the massive vaccination program as the key for the economy to bounce back from the immobilizations caused by the crisis. We believe that employment will rise and restore the jobs of those who have suffered from the loss during the height of the pandemic. The Cebu Chamber of Commerce, under the leadership of Mr. 𝗕𝗟𝗏 and as well as the board, also pursued partnership with the city government in implementing the Cebu Investment Concierge Center. It is a project that is a one-stop trade and investment center for businesses and investors interested to locate and invest in the city in the province of Cebu. One of its hallmarks is the supply chain ecosystem development, which began with the barangay-based entrepreneurial mentoring program. The BBEMP aims to boost the city's local economy by providing support to MSMEs on how to revive, survive, and if needed, to reboot and reformat their businesses in order to recover during the post-pandemic period. Through these initiatives, we're able to continue providing support, assistance, and mentoring of MSMEs. With around 40,000 registered businesses in the city, we'll be happy to build a good database, starting with 10% of the businesses we target to join BBEMP. From here, we can do a good data mining that can guide us in investment mapping as well as the ecosystem of Cebu businesses. Finally, moving forward, for us entrepreneurs to succeed in this post-pandemic era, we must adopt fast the rapid change brought about by digital technology. We have to make the most of certain tools which could assist us in increasing our business efficiency, from operations to marketing using these tools, and the consequential upskilling of our pool of talents. We mentioned about artificial intelligence. There is no doubt that technology will enable us to put the right assistance in place and could reduce overall operational costs. A number of entrepreneurs, including startup founders, would agree that AI is now one of the most valuable tools in business. According to a recent study, businesses using AI gains competitor advantage. Some of its known benefits is using insight to predict customer preferences, avoiding human errors, and mining data that will grow the business with the understanding your customer base. Internet of Things. Well, AI works with the Internet of Things and IoT analytics. IoT data analytics is basically the analysis of huge data volumes generated by connected devices. It allows businesses to optimize their operations at all levels, improving decision-making, and achieve a number of benefits. Through the use of AI, businesses will not only gather relevant data that will turn into profit. To simply put it, it is the key in making the way we do our business faster and better, which is what all technological advancements are meant to do. Then we call the digital transformation. Such terms may not be new to some entrepreneurs. No? We've been using that ever since, no? many years back. But these are all emerging technologies proven to be effective. All of these are part of the inevitable global digital transformation wave, in which you are impacted, whether you like it or not, and whether we are ready or not. However, let us not forget that just like other technologies, it will not replace human capabilities and talents. This is why we need to upskill our workforce and support the economic sectors that deal with human potentials, such as the academe. Success comes when humans and machines work together. Markets change, and the business climate is ever-changing. Our business models change with triggers of market behavior changes, industry disruptions, in changing landscape in the political, economic, social, technological, and environmental and legal variables. Today, specifically with the pandemic, you may want to consider using the pandemic business model canvas, which we teach among our mentees and entrepreneurs in CCCI's mentoring programs. The pandemic business model canvas is a good framework to assess your position during this pandemic and to craft your moving forward plans. Let us prepare for some unplanned events in the future, triggered by either creative disruptions or some catastrophic disruptive environment. Again, let me strongly suggest the adoption of business continuity plan. Business continuity planning involves preparing a comprehensive disaster recovery plan that includes every facet of our business that might be hit by an unforeseen disaster. Bill Gates, who predicted this pandemic years back, also predicted that natural disasters brought about by climate change is even worse than COVID. While we become more and more reliant on the internet, we are prepared. Are we prepared for a massive cyber attack? Man-made negligence can lead to disruptions like power failures, fire, and political disruptors like terrorism, riots, civil unrest, and disobedience. While we should recover fast in our core pre-COVID growth drivers in business process outsourcing, tourism, retail and trade, and real estate and construction, Cebu has a lot to offer more. The new frontier industries include creative, KPO, app development, agri-tourism, wellness tourism, faith-based tourism, food, fruit processing, medical industry ecosystem, shipbuilding, and maritime industry ecosystem. As we rise and move forward, let us embrace adopting emerging businesses, the growing industries in the future, as well as prepare eventually that there are jobs that will become obsolete and redundant. In closing, let me say these parting words. We all want to rise above and recover fast. As we face the most important milestone of a make or break in our country's economic recovery and unifying the branding and pride as a people. I always say, in many corporate and institution journey compass, that leadership is the driver. Leaders greatly influence people's drive to rise forward. Leaders determine a nation's culture and branding. Source of pride of an institution, corporate or public institutions or nations. We need servant leaders as stewards of public trust who are committed to public good. Leaders that can rally shared vision, can lead a genuine change for the better, inspiring and empowering its people. Let me end with a prayer. We pray for our country, the cradle of Christianity, as we celebrate our 500 years as a Christian nation. We pray for healing. Heal our land, Lord, not only of this pandemic, but the serious disobedience against your commandments, the acts of or condoning acts of dishonoring and maligning you, stealing, killing, and bearing false witness, among others. We pray for the Filipino people, the chosen people of God, for guidance, unity in rising forward, anchored in the Christian values. We pray for the businessmen to heed the call that wealth creation is a calling. In the same way, the king accounted in the parable of the gold coins, but most importantly, that our wealth is given back to you through the people and the community in need. We pray for our leaders to respond that public office is a public trust. Public service is a noble vocation, to be servant leaders, as stewards to take care of the people of God. God bless our country.
Thank you very much, Past President Nonoy Espeleta, and for that very insightful talk also. So if you have any questions, you can ask them later after all our speakers shall have given us their pieces. The next speaker will talk on good governance. He is currently the Regional Director of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Visayas Cluster 2. He has been with the government since 2002, starting as an information systems analyst, and then at the then National Computer Center. His desire to enable ICT in the countryside allowed him to work with several organizations, whether it be local or international. He is very passionate in helping the startup community and has been notably active in the rural impact sourcing programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Regional Director for the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Director Frederick Amores.
Good day, everyone. Before I would start my presentation, I would like to thank the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me to share during the CBM 2021 ICT BPM Summit. Particularly, Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗼𝗠, CCCI President, Mr. Mike Cubos, VP, and Jocelyn Canon, CBM 2021 ICT BPM Committee Chairperson. And now, here's my presentation. I'll be making a presentation on government's regulatory measures, policies, efforts, interventions in crisis mitigation and recovery. Let me start with the framework to which this presentation is built on, which is called the CHIP framework, which stands for Connect, Harness, Innovate, and Protect. The first component, the Connect component, pertains to the building the country's digital infrastructure to establish and strengthen the foundation of digital transformation. A good example of this would be the implementation of free Wi-Fi, and here in Region 7, we have 710 free Wi-Fi for all sites. We also have the government network, or GovNet, under which a total of 97 agencies, institutions are connected. These are SUCs, NGAs, public schools, government hospitals, all activated under Phase 1 and Phase 2, connected to the fiber optic network. So let me continue with the National Broadband Plan, and if I may quote former Secretary Honasan, central to our efforts to rebuild the national economy, which was severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, in providing fast, reliable, and affordable digital connectivity to the country's centers of economic activities, of which Cebu City is one, and we're looking forward to building more of this across the different economic centers in the country, and to connect all localities as well. In the harness component, the DICT is upskilling Filipinos to ensure the readiness of the local workforce to contribute to the country's global competitiveness. This is done through various activities through our ICT Literacy and Competency Development Bureau, or ILCDB. And we have so far been able to train 684 under the digital literacy training. 319 teachers have been trained under digital education. 127 trained under digital workforce, which participated by LGUs, NGAs, and SUCs. We've also had 36 passers out of the 208 examinees in ICT proficiency diagnostic exams. And this is an area in which I think we should have more active initiatives to improve the passing rate for this. We also have 262 graduates of the Digital Jobs PH technical trainings. Let me continue. Under the ICT Industry Development Bureau, here in Visayas Cluster 2, we have the regional action plan for Region 7, which was done through the Regional ICT Committee of the Regional Development Council. We have had 2 institutional development 101 workshops, digital governance awards, in which we had some winners. The Visayas ICT Organization Victor Virtual Conference for 2021, General Orientation for Digital Cities 2025 Visayas recipients, Island Startup Conferences Workshops Visayas Leg, Digital Governance Awards Orientation for Region 7 LGUs. The Philippine Startup Challenge of 2021, PSC 2021, is a startup competition that aims to encourage and support Filipinos to create innovative and relevant ICT products and services that may potentially develop into viable business ventures, as well as solve social problems. And we am happy to note that we have had 2 finalists from Region 7, Say Yes, which is a finalist, and Lyft having won 3rd place in the national competition. Under the Innovate segment, the DICT focuses on the continuous digitalization, integration of government and business services online in pursuance to Republic Act 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. Connected to this, we have launched programs to help local governments in their automation, such as the use of our electronic business permit and licensing system, which streamlines the processing and issuance of various permits and certificates and licenses in all cities and municipalities. And this is a cloud-based solution which can be used by many LGUs free of charge. Under the Protect component, the DICT is focused on mitigating risk on cybersecurity and privacy, digital monopoly and inequality opportunities as more businesses, the academe, and even the government institutions shift their operations online. Under this, we have the Public Key Infrastructure, or PKI. It's one of the core services being offered by the Department of Information Communications Technology that will foster trust in the government by ensuring secure and reliable online transactions. So basically, this is actually a mechanism in which we can digitally sign documents using that will be trusted and will not be repudiated. One of the challenges we often face in the Philippines is disasters such as typhoons and other calamities such as this, what you see here, footage from the Yolanda event in the past. Super Typhoon Haiyan landfall in eastern Visayas, aka Yolanda. And as such, we have for our response, we have deployed the DICT, the 𝗥𝗲𝗃 Move Hub, which will serve as the command and control center that will bring connectivity immediately to disaster-stricken areas in the country. As we have seen, connectivity is very vital in disaster areas for the coordination of relief operations and things like that. So in the case of Region 7 and 8, our 𝗥𝗲𝗃 Move facility is strategically located in Tacloban, as this can easily serve as well, not just Region 8, but Northern Mindanao, the Bicol area, and even Central Visayas. it's very easily accessible. So it's in a strategic location to serve the geographic area. These are some of the components of the 𝗥𝗚𝗃 move. So we have the hub, we have the dispatch, we have drones, and motorcycles to go to areas that might be more difficult in case of there are challenges in road networks and all that. In response to the COVID threats affecting our country, the DICT also developed for the use of the DOH and other agencies like IATF and NVOC, the VAS system, or the vaccine administration system, which will serve as a single source of truth for the vaccination events, and of course tracing and all that. So normally this is organized in this framework, particularly here in the Visayas, from the National VOC, the Visayas VOC, the RVOC, and the local vaccine operation centers. And of course, as part of the collaboration with the private sector, here in Metro Cebu, for example, we have had support from the Project 𝗕𝗄𝗧 to help us in the vaccination initiatives, and of course, the facilitation of the issuance of 𝗥𝗲𝗃, which is the official vaccination certificate for COVID vaccines that are being done here in the country. So thank you very much to contact us. The information and details are there in the slide. So good day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Director Amores of the ICT. Our last speaker for this segment on strategic crisis management is one of those people who have applied, well, not only their knowledge, but also their experience in navigating through this crisis. So the next speaker is a BPO leader with 20 years of experience in operations and customer experience. He started as an agent and has climbed the corporate ladder while keeping his focus on employee development and performance management. He has strong attention to detail with exceptional leadership abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Vice President of Operations of Qualphone Corporation, Mr. Miguel Angel Posada. Good afternoon, Miguel.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you guys can see me.
Yeah, your video and audio are okay.
Great, thanks for that introduction. I appreciate that, Nimrod. I want to thank to the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the invitation to this ICT BPM Summit. It is an honor for me to join today's session with my fellow speakers. Given the challenges faced by everyone during the pandemic, we all learn to adapt to the new reality. I will be sharing with you some of the challenges Qualphone faced as a BPO and how we were able to quickly adapt to those challenges and transform them into our new hybrid model. Certainly, those challenges are universal, really, to every industry. I think you will be familiar with some of those challenges and also the implementations that I will be sharing. I will be presenting today how the pandemic changed all industries and opened the door for this hybrid model operation, and how this challenged our business capacity and how it's really showing our resilience. The current efforts are still ongoing to ensure all of our employees are vaccinated, but we all know that continues to be a challenge due to misinformation spread online, particularly through social media. And we all need to work as unified industry to continue to do our best to ensure we fight this misinformation. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we're facing nowadays. Before I start with the presentation, I want to thank in advance to all of our vendors and service providers for the support that they provided to us. all of the support from the business sectors, all of our employees and management staff, not only for Qualcomm, but across all of the companies that made possible implementing the different solutions that allow for us to continue to provide employment and to continue with our business. Also, the invaluable support from the government that quickly adapted measures to ensure that we can continue to operate during the pandemic, particularly with all of the uncertainties and all of the challenges around that. So I'm gonna start now. I'm gonna be sharing my screen so that I can start the presentation. Give me 1 second. So the first thing that comes to mind is whether or not we were prepared for this pandemic. So we all have, we're all faced with that unprecedented challenge, which will require a rapid response, basically prioritizing the health of all of our employees to make sure that we can continue to do business, and most importantly, keep as many jobs as we can keep during the pandemic. And we all refer to our business continuity plan. I think it's really key for everyone to have a BCP, business continuity plan. And one of the main challenges that we faced was the fact that this was an issue that was impacting everyone across the board. All of the industries, all of the countries were impacted. But the biggest challenge was what do we do, right? How do we shift to the solution that is going to allow for us to continue with our business? We had basically three main challenges: communication, a fast response, and quick adaptation. Communication from the point of view that, or from the challenge that we really didn't have certainty of what was going on, really require a very rapid response from the government, from the industry, from all corporations, for us to be able to set up the new reality and be able to continue with our business. So what we did basically is we adapted for those employees that will continue working on site. We adapted, new social distancing guidelines. That was the new reality. Implementing health and safety protocols that the employees were not used to see before. Family separations. We had employees, in our case, that were working on site that were not able to see their family for over a year. And also an elevated risk due to possible exposure to the virus, and also increased costs for those that provided hotel and subsidies for our agents. We also had the challenge to mobilize agents, mobilize employees to work from home. And with this, the mobilization of thousands of equipments, PCs, headsets, UPS, laptops, monitors, you name it. The added challenge of managing employees remotely. We are not used to that. We were not used to that. We had to quickly adapt to that. Also, performance management. We are very used to do the one-on-one communication, face-to-face. We mastered that. But when somebody is sitting in front of a PC, 20 kilometers away, it's very hard for us to be able to build that connection. Coaching, how do you do the coaching? How do you do the response? How do you make sure that the agents are engaged in the day-to-day operation, that you don't lose track of, what goals and what situations they're experiencing on a day-to-day basis. So those were really major challenges for all of the industries, but in particular for the BPO industry. One of the biggest challenges that we faced was, internet and information security. How can we make sure that we have a stable internet connectivity with stable electricity so that we can continue to provide the service that we do on site. A huge and major challenge, but thanks to the help and support from our ISP providers, we were able to do that. Important as well, very important, secure environment for client transactions. Not all of the clients were able to allow for us to be able to work remotely. For those cases where we needed to continue to work on site, the measures that I explained earlier were implemented. But for those employees that were allowed to go work from home, we had to secure a safe environment for them to be able to continue providing the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. As we get more into the pandemic, we had to quickly adapt because we had to do remote hiring and training. And we are not used to that for the day-to-day. We used to have applicants walk in, we do the face-to-face interviews, we do the testing and all of that. We had to quickly adapt. So rapid transition to remote recruitment and selection. Not only that, remote onboarding. So explaining them what they're going to be doing while they're working from home. They've never even been on site. They don't know anybody. It was really building that trust on the new applicants, but it was really a learning experience for everybody at the same time. And also remote training and remote nesting. So for anybody that has worked in the BPO industry or any other industry for that matter, the first day doing the job, that's very critical. You have to be able to build that trust in the employee that they will be able to be successful and that you're there to support them. Try that when you are not, sitting next to the employee. That's going to be very, very challenging. And we had to adapt quickly to that. We went through an adaptation period. Probably took us about 6 months for us to be able to have this setup working as it is right now. We went through a lot of stages. So the biggest challenge, most of our employees had never really worked remotely. So supervision, to be able to work from home, agents coping with the transition, dealing with family day-to-day issues as they are connected doing the work, and also the home setup, right? So most of our agents did not have a space ready for them to be able to work from home. So they had to quickly adapt to that. And also a big challenge was the employees' psychological well-being. So specifically for us, we saw increased stress due to the pandemic. Also, a few of our employees experienced the loss of family members. There was really minimal interaction with other employees, unlike on site, where they're able to communicate with other employees, and also economic challenges due to other family members not being able to work. So we adopted measures. Number one for us was really improve communication, specifically on employee care. So constant communication with the employees. We moved from face-to-face to virtual team building activities, on the phones, real-time updates on local and country COVID guidelines. As you know, those were changing daily, so we had to constantly communicate to our employees. We had full coordination we continue to have full coordination for employee vaccination. As I mentioned earlier, right now, that's the biggest challenge that we have, combating that misinformation that is spreading online specifically. We implemented care coaches that were available to all of our employees, and also we provided additional support to our employees in need. The remote setup, I think this is something that across all industries we faced. So we invested in personal headsets and PC for all of our employees. As you know, in the BPO industry, the computers in sites, 90% of the time are shared resources. So we had to do a huge investment for us to be able to bring that equipment and mobilize different vendors for us to be able to get the headsets, the computer, everything up and running. UPS and also thanks to our partners, ISP providers, to provide LTE routers with data for those employees that did not have a stable internet connection at home. But this pandemic, if I can see part of a positive on this, is really opening the door for innovations. Innovations that we were not, as an industry, we were not willing to adapt that fast because there was no need for that. We were kind of like in our comfort zone. So the pandemic is bringing innovation. So in our case, we are using noise canceling software, which is allowing our employees to have, seamless conversations with our clients without any interruption. Customized power supply, UPS for our employees, for them to be able to work uninterrupted. We had to adapt, and move into electronic coaching and feedback, and also implement electronic signature. It's not that we were not using that, but we really had to push it to make sure that everyday transaction will incorporate these elements. Also, artificial intelligence is being used. Some other measures of reporting, which is allowing us to be able to keep better contact with our employees and keep them engaged. Also, as it was mentioned earlier, training and certifications. This was really key and continues to be, I believe, a huge area of opportunity. Just training supervisors, in our case, certify them on how to handle remote agents. So those are skills that were not present. Certainly they were able to do that on site, but they were not used to do that remotely. Weekly series on how to embrace changes, right? And what's coming, or how to handle, unexpected situations, how to work around uncertainty. All of that, it's something that we have done a lot of efforts for us to be able to turn things around and give a little bit of uncertainty and reliability to the interactions and transactions that our staff is having with their employees. Work from home is set up. We did a FAQ, which were available to our employees through our internet. And also, right now we had established a hybrid model where we hire employees, we have them train on site, and then after 4 months, we allow for them to transition into working from home, as long as they meet all of the criteria when it comes to them having a space to work at home and the connectivity and all of that, which 99% of our agents or employees are able to provide. So the working conditions have changed, and I want to share 4 areas in which I think those are really impacting the industry. We had to adapt to a hybrid model. How long is that hybrid model going to last? That's unknown, right? So right now, some of us are able to work from home. Some of us will require to have employees working on site. We have our management, for example, working hybrid. So some of the days they work on site, some of the days they work from home. These new working conditions, it's opening the door to some very interesting findings, right? Better life balance and quality family time for our employees. They're having additional savings. They are happy, contrary to the initial 3-4 months of adaptation, where they found themselves in a very odd situation working at home, not only for them, but also for their families to have them work at home. It was something that they had to experience. But right now we're seeing a lot of benefits coming out of it. Agents are having better control of their lives, their finance. They have better use of their time rather than spending 1 to 2 hours commuting every day. Also improve technologies and innovation. As I mentioned earlier, better ways to communicate with employees, the adaptation of artificial intelligence, additional software for telecommunications, including Teams, of course, Zoom and other platforms as well that were adapted, as well as the DocuSign and those type of softwares that were implemented. And I think the working conditions have suffered a full transformation. What's going to be the end of it is yet to be defined. That's something that eventually, once the pandemic is over, we will need to determine what stays and what gets back to the previous setup. But certainly, we have observed based on our numbers that in our case specifically, our agents working from home are having better numbers, they're more engaged, they're giving us better results, they're getting more money, and they have better possibilities to manage their day-to-day because they have more time, as I mentioned earlier. So this pandemic has shown operational resilience, not only for 𝗏𝗏 and the BPO, but really for every industry. I think and I believe that given the challenges that we face, we are now more prepared than ever. Basically, every employee is committed to deliver the best possible service despite the challenge faced during the pandemic. And that's something that I think we are observing across all of the different companies and all of the different industries. It's not only the BPO agent that is taking calls for that American customer, it's the clerk at the bank that is taking care of that transaction. It's the jeepney driver that is taking that ride. And everybody is committed to make sure that we continue to provide jobs and we continue to support the economy. Also, across all industries, I believe our great leadership and effective communication are really key elements for us to be able to adapt to those changes fast. And again, we haven't seen the end of it. This still is still ongoing, and this communication has improved dramatically over the past almost 2 years since the start of the pandemic. There's a huge commitment from the business community to continue to provide employment and keep our employees safe. And I see that every day, every day with the interactions that I have with my team in the Philippines. Everybody is committed to make sure that our employees are safe and the community is safe. With the measures adapted on site, as well as, for those that are able, allowing employees to stay at home. That is empowering our business to be able to provide more growth or for us to be able to continue managing our business. And I also believe that the industry has evolved. The possibility to work from home is adding an extra layer of complexity, and new skills for virtual work should be developed. So this is, again, a big challenge that I see. We're in that transformation. The good news is that the new employees that we're hiring, they come with that mindset that, this is a new hybrid model. New generations are very fast to adapt. Yet, I think as an industry, we need to work on developing those best practices that are going to allow us to continue to provide those services, and of course take things to the next level as we determine whether we continue with this hybrid model, or if things will get back to normal, we can get back on site. But in general, I believe, and as a conclusion, the pandemic has been a challenge for all of us. We had to quickly adapt. It certainly has opened the door for a lot of innovations and a lot of, quote unquote, crazy ideas that we would have never thought of implementing before. But that is what is allowing us to this day continue to provide employment opportunities. And for some of us as well, continue to grow even in the middle of the pandemic. So with this, I want to turn it over to you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miguel Angel Posada. And we now go to the questions asked by the people who are joining us here in this ICT BPM Summit. So let me start. So the ones who will be joining us here are past President Consul 𝗦𝗚-𝗚-𝗏𝗏 and Mr. Miguel Angel Posada. As Director Amores is not here. If you noticed, he had a speech that was pre-recorded. So the first question here is, what are the industries reaching its revenue growth during the pandemic, and what could be the new businesses to build post-pandemic? So who will answer it? 𝗦? Past President 𝗦?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm the new. Can you see me? The new businesses. I showed in the chart. You know, aside from the, of course, no, the trend now is really about on the essentials, and we've seen also when the economy is going to rebound, we will see growth in the other areas like in the agri-tourism, in the I mentioned about the other ecosystem, no? Food processing, high value products. I would say high value products, especially that we're getting to be expensive in terms of logistics as well as in terms of labor. So we need to go into high value products. So we need to sustain ourselves, especially that we cannot really rely on importations. No? This will give the rise on, you know, the local products, local production, and clustering them into the ecosystem of businesses. No? In the RDC, we looked at economic clusters in the different regions or in the different provinces. Like we cannot put businesses far from each other, but if they are part of a particular business, we should cluster them together to be able to save on logistics, to be able to save on transactions, and the other possibility is that, you know, there will be businesses that will merge, consolidate, and even, you know, because of the small increments, especially in the revival of the economy, these businesses will be forced really to work together. So these are some of my thoughts, no? And of course, now, as I've said, essentials will always be there, no? And if you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we will always have the physiological as there, no? Now the IT, BPO businesses and the technology are enablers, but at the end of the day, these brick and mortars will just transform their business models using technology. These are some of my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, 𝗦. I hope that answers the question of the one asking it is an aspiring entrepreneur. So the next question, I think this will be to Mr. Posada. This is regarding the setup for Qualphone, where you're doing hybrid. So how sustainable is this, and whether there is a plan for your company to do some remote hubs in the areas outside of the metropolis for your employees? Mr. Posada?
Yes. So right now, the hybrid model has been, as I mentioned, pretty successful to us, where we are pretty much hiring employees to work on site while we do the training and the onboarding, while we get them ready to transition into the remote setup. So we usually do that 4 months after hire date, once they show their confidence and once they feel ready to be able to work remotely, really with limited real-time assistance. How long will that be sustainable? I think that will depend on the pandemic as to whether or not this setup can continue once the pandemic is over. Certainly, as it is shown to be successful, we will love to keep it. And I believe that it's going to be really a big challenge for us to eventually, if the time comes, bring everybody back on site. That's going to create some challenges for the industry, not only for Qualphone. Whether or not we have plans to expand in certain areas, that's something that we're currently observing. That's something that we're currently analyzing, whether or not it will make sense for us to be able to have at least one additional site in some other areas. Certainly, we are considering that, looking into the possibility that we may eventually need to bring all of the agents back inside, and we want to provide some possibilities for our employees either in the north or south part of Cebu to be able to have a shorter commute. So that is something that we're currently analyzing, but no decision has been made yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Posada. This also joining us here is Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗼𝗠 of IBPAP. One question here for you is, what are the proactive support the BPO companies need from the local government units? Mr. Salvador?
Oh, thank you, Nimrod, for that question. I think, of course, aside from the vaccines, which is very obvious, and they've been providing support. One aspect, which has reached our association's attention is probably ease of transacting with the local governments, meaning getting any health permits. If the local government can facilitate, relaxing probably some requirements, especially during the pandemic. You wouldn't want to plug City Hall with many employees coming from the IT BPO sector. So if it's possible for the local government to reach out, instead of issuing health or sanitation permits individually, maybe they can just go to the companies and then issue them there. So I think that those are concrete steps where the local government can come in and help the businesses, so that we can just focus on operations and not worry about this getting of permits of our employees.
Okay, I think this one will be for everyone. If you could just give me, this is an interesting concern. This is about the quality of. Let me look for that question. This is regarding the quality of education, since we have shifted to the online education. Would this be affecting the quality of employees or future employees that will be joining the different companies? So well, maybe let's start with Qualphone.
Yes, I
Mr.
believe.
Posada,
Yes, I believe that's going to be a challenge, particularly because of the certainly many distractions that are happening when you are online, right? So you can be certainly paying attention while not paying attention, and that's something that we will see as a challenge, and also the adaptation to that new technology. I guess the good news is that those employees that will be eventually getting into the workforce will be more used to what we're experiencing right now, the virtual setup. So that's certainly an advantage. But I think the challenge, it's going to be making sure that as they are receiving their education, that they're able to get those skills, and that those are certainly learned. So that's really the big challenge that I observe.
So how about the other sectors, President Noy? Well, for the BPOs, Mr. Posada said that it could be both an advantage and disadvantage. Advantage because they're used to online work. How about for the other sectors?
Yeah, especially that if you're selling tangible products, and you need contacts, you need face to face, you need to taste the product. You need to, try the products. And even if you say send photos, etc., of these products, you really have to need to experience either the services or try the products. My concern also, yes, technology is very important. In fact, I said there's got to be, the balance of, I'm saying, the high tech and the high touch. High tech, high touch. Yes, you use the technology. Remember that we're intertwined. We are into, like, business is not only about transacting, but it is really about building relationships. So I'm concerned, no, and the way the new generation, and we especially that there has been no physical transactions, and you will experience also that in times of conflicts and difficulties, those who have spent time together, who have real contacts and real experiences together, conflicts are not going to be as. Otherwise, if your relationship is virtual, you can always go offline and no contacts at all. So I am just concerned, while we embrace this technology, but we cannot be losing the high touch component of it. I still believe we need to. So it's a matter of balancing it, and we cannot totally, do away with the face-to-face and, building relationships in the business.
Okay, thank you, Noy. Mr. Salvador, since you are more into the wider scope of the BPO sector, there is a question with regards to how the real estate industry has been affected by the changes in the work format. Like Qualphone is doing hybrid work, so we have people working from home. Has this also affected the real estate industry? Have they gotten in touch with IBPAP as to how to address this matter?
Okay, so actually, we have in our ranks members coming from the real estate sector. And how they have handled it is that right now, some members are renting additional sites. So they're holding on to their big sites, but they are having micro sites or pop-up sites, which are closer to the residences of their employees. So what is this for? They can use it for training. They can use the site for tech support. So if their employees need to have their laptops fixed, they can also use them for meeting rooms. So some employees need to gather in small groups. So they use these microsites, and that's what we're hearing from the real estate sector. So fortunately, the members are still holding on to their sites, because I think there is still a lot. We see a lot of growth, so they don't want to give up the sites, because if they give it up, then another company can just come in and take that, and benefit from the vacant space. But fortunately, that is not happening. Like what I mentioned earlier and showed, Cebu is a sweet spot, especially in the countryside, for growth, along with other provinces, which I don't need to mention. But Cebu has always been there, a center of excellence for the IT BPO sector, and will always be, because of the good mix of talent, real estate, and infrastructure.
So it's not the same case as the retail industry, Mr. Salvador. So we go on to our last question. I know there are many things that our participants still would like to ask, but we're also pressed for time. We still have another session after this one. This one, I'll ask you one by one to answer it. What is the most important lesson that you learned from this crisis? And what was your coping mechanism, and what can you share to our participants? So, well, I know one guy, it's now midnight for one guy here, Mr. Posada. I know you're in California. Thank you for joining us here. So can you share to us one very important lesson that you learned in this pandemic?
the most important lesson, I think, is we need to be prepared for the uncertainty of a situation like this. And we need to be able to take real-time action for us to be able to adapt quickly. You know, the decisions that we took and that I think everybody in the industry took were really decisions that were planned and executed within hours, right? So we had to adapt quickly. We have to be able to think out of the box. We certainly have a BCP that we need to follow. We need to adhere as much as possible. But the reality of the pandemic is that in most of our cases, the BCP was just there as a reference, but you know, we had never really experienced anything like that. So that's the first thing. And then one of the things that I want to mention as well, and I think I mentioned it earlier, just the hard work, the dedication of each and every one of our employees, for them to be able to keep their jobs as they saw all their family members suffering because they work in retail, they work in different industries that were highly impacted. That really shows the essence of what the Filipinos and the Cebuanos in particular are made of. You know, really a great commitment to continue to serve despite of the pandemic and despite of the challenges. So that's something that I think it's a good lesson for us to learn and to observe.
Okay, thank you very much, 𝗥𝗃. How about you, Mr. Past President Nonoy?
Yeah, well, I was the outgoing chamber president at the time, and I cannot just leave it to the incoming to President Felix. So we were really in tandem. And while I have a business that is badly affected, including my wife's business, so we worry about, you know, sustainability, etc. But the other task on hand that you cannot turn your back is really about helping the sector, helping the industry, helping the chamber, helping the city, helping the region, because I'm still the RDC chairman of the Economic Development Committee. So we've got to get things moving, including convening the different agencies on how we can collaborate and respond accordingly. And so there were several programs we did, no, including creating some clusters to address hunger, to address business, to address even employment, to address the downtrend of tourism. No? So these are not my problems, but I am in the position, I'm still in the position to make sure that there are concrete actions. There are many things that are beyond our control. While we were, you know, involved in Project Balik Buhay, RDC, and helping the LGUs, etc., there are many things that are beyond our control. You know, the IATF will come up with certain, etc., and then, you know, LGUs will come up with regulations about the lockdowns, etc. Hey, you always think of how to really maneuver and how to talk things out with the different agencies as well as different maybe decision makers. No, the COVID period, 2020 to be specific, was full of work that is not really to me. No, I would have looked at my own case of survival, but call of duty. We have to do it, no? And well, President Felix can also attest to this. No? This has been a very challenging, but you are in the particular position. You have to answer that because nobody else is there. But in that particular time, it is you who's supposed to act on it. And we're happy about the outcome, no? And this is where we get continuing involvement here, no? And to me, on the personal note, in my business, we need also to pivot. I invested in certain ventures, which some did not really did good, and some did good, etc. But we just have to look at opportunities although, as I've said, many things are not within your control. But if you just keep on waiting for things to be favorable, then you will just be stressed out because of the uncertainties. No, we have to move. We have to act on it. If there are things you can do, even if for that moment, and then all of a sudden, government says no, it cannot be, etc. Then you just need to pivot. No? So that was a challenge for me. The year was really a challenge for us, but no regrets. One day after this COVID, maybe that is only the time that we will have to look back and maybe I would say really also start to make a living. Right now, all the works that we do, we're volunteering, we're this advocacy, left and right, etc. And sometimes I have to say, I have to make a living. I have to start making a living. And fortunately, the Lord is so generous and He does not allow your jars to be empty. So we're still good. I'm okay. And we're still, responding to the call of service. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much also for servant leaders like you, truly men and women for others. Nice. So how about you, Ricky? What can you say about what did you learn from this crisis and what can you share to the others?
Yes. So first of all, no one anticipated this, no? Number one. I don't think anyone would have anticipated the extent of this pandemic. So in terms of preparation, I don't think anyone was prepared. We just had to go with the flow. But one thing I learned was a lot of collaboration. And this was mentioned by my two co-panelists here, that they really had to work together with other stakeholders. And I think as long as we're working all together and the goal is clear, I think we'll get to our objectives much quicker. So that I think is a lesson for me and for all of us. No? We just have to learn to work together and to collaborate. And I think we'll do fine in the future.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insights and for sharing with us this afternoon. And sometimes we like this to go on forever because there's so many things that we can learn, but then we are also pressed for time. So, but before we go, I would like to ask Jovit for some technical support because we'd like to get a souvenir with the participants of this ICT BPM Summit. Jovit, can we do that now for a souvenir photo with our speakers and the participants?
Okay, Sir Nimrod. So can we have everyone please to turn on their cameras? So we'll just wait for a few seconds for everybody to turn on their cameras. Okay. Can we have our big smile now, please? Okay, just please keep your pose for a few seconds while we take the pictures. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Sir Nimrod, we're done. Back to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jovit. Thank you very much also to Mr. Ricky Salvador, to our past president, Mr. Nonoy Espeleta, and of course, to our friend from Qualphone based in California, Mr. Angel Posada. Thank you very much. And we will continue with the second part of today's ICT BPM Summit. And this is about how you rethink business processes through digital innovation and technology. So let us move on. Our first speaker is a self-made technopreneur, academician, and an ICT professional. He has been contributing more than 20 years of highly specialized experience in telecommunications and IT industries covering such domains as network operations, sales and marketing, human resources, and product management. He is currently heading Product and Innovation Division, the Product and Innovation Division of Eastern Communications, and is accountable in formulating solutions, portfolio strategy, and roadmap, creating programs to achieve product performance and executing every phase of a product's life cycle from ideation and development to market positioning. A true business chief with a can-do attitude and a sustained passion for extreme customer delight. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of Product and Innovation of Eastern Communications, let us welcome Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗼𝗠. Good afternoon, 𝗜𝗖𝗧.
Good afternoon, sir. I appreciate the invite here, and let me just please pull up my deck. Okay. So, revolutionize, inclusion, solidarity, empower. This theme is, to me, it's really extremely relevant as we all agree about rethinking business processes through that digital innovation and technology. Again, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much, Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for having me here representing Eastern Communications. It's actually been more than 140 years already when the first Philippine telecom company was born. And this may sound a trivia to many. This is exactly the same company that first connected the country to the rest of the world, yes, during the Spanish times. We used to offer connectivity solutions before, and until a little more than 3 years ago, Eastern Communications is able to demonstrate our innovation leadership by imputing the recent developments as part of responding to the market's call, and that is actually living our purpose. And yes, that's innovation with purpose. And I would like to share with you also our excitement as we heed the call to democratize technological services, to democratize technology, to all sizes of the business, to all sizes of our different industry segments, especially in the business process management. Okay, this is interesting, coming from Survey Untal himself. Through decades of change and periods of ambiguity, the Philippine IT BPM sector has consistently demonstrated its resilience and agility. Our future is indeed very promising and I should say full of potentials. And as Ray, in one of his interviews, mentioned about this. And to add, he also said about, in the face of challenges like natural disasters, the financial crisis, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic, the industry has been able to sustain its annual growth, both in terms of jobs and revenues. Indeed, right? So we've seen it from the reports that in 2020, there was an increase of, I think, around 1.8% in the headcount and 1.4% revenue growth in the BPM industry. Another highlights as well. BPO industry forecast of 29 billion revenue growth by 2022. Imagine that. That BPO companies will continue to be working from home around, if I'm not mistaken, 90% work from home until around January of next year, and around 75% working from home until March of 2022. So in cooperation with the private and public sectors, the industry will continue to, we believe, bounce back through the different various programs. And we've seen this in the news also about the implementation of the digital cities, development of the development of the countryside, accelerating the digital transformation, upskilling the digital talent, strengthening the country as the BPO capital of the world, and fortifying the IT BPM ecosystem through infrastructure improvement. And that's where Eastern Communications is also able to play a very important role in the execution of such. So again, for Eastern, on our part, we believe that ensuring business continuity and carefully managing our costs in crisis situation like this play a very important role in making this happen. And that's how we can help you in your continued transformation. So apologies, but bear with me. It's a bit more academic this time. Ephemeralization. Ephemeralization will have a profound impact on the way we do business, as we have to rethink our approach to the next, and I should say, yet better normal. In fact, this ephemeralization is a term coined by a US visionary and philosopher, Buckminster Fuller, who used to describe the tendency of technology to allow humans to do more and more with less and less until eventually you can do everything with nothing. Imagine, again, technology allows us to do more and more with less and less until we can do everything with nothing. And what sounds like a visionary and philosophical statement is actually something that we already have been experiencing today. If we look back in time and look at the first computers, so for the EC is here, the computer engineers, computer science graduates, you know what I'm talking about. I think that's a first subject in college, in the major, about the ENIAC, the EDVAC, where the computers were as big as the rooms. And with limited storage, limited capacity. But look into your pocket today, you'll find a smartphone, right? A smartphone with dramatically more power, more computing power, more processing power, and much more storage, whether it's in the same phone or somewhere in the cloud. And that's awesome, right? And that is a concrete example of the ephemeralization. And I think we are reaching a new tipping point here. A new tipping point in the deployment of technology in the Philippines. And I am inspired by the concept of democratization. This is our strong campaign in Eastern communications these days. We believe there is a strong parallelism between Fuller's ephemeralization and our vision of democratization, as we need to make technology available to many businesses in the Philippines. It's not only for those companies, big companies who have the money to, can afford building their own SIEM, Security Operations Center, and all the stuff, all the fancy stuff like that. And technology allows us to democratize the delivery of solutions and experiences. And we technology providers, we should, do our part in making that happen. And we may be seeing that in many vertical industries already today, but there are segments of the industry, or there are some industries that need that innovation complemented by, again, I should say, affordability. And Eastern is executing and crafting new programs to reinforce that technology democratization in the country. And this is where we envision the evolution in the Philippines, by which the access to technology become more, rapid, more pervasive, more accessible to more people, more businesses, regardless of their geographic location. And this is our intent to make Eastern more borderless, our intent to serve the many unserved in terms of internet, cloud, and ultimately securing their IT infrastructures and the applications and the data. And we make that happen in the most cost-efficient manner. Remember, again, affordability is one of the key factors in democratizing the innovation. And that's actually what I metaphorically call as the technology for sari-sari stores. This is getting more and more interesting. I'll get back to that later. But let me just talk about, again, democratization in a while. Technology that makes businesses perform better is actually just as astonishing, because it makes many more things accessible to us than ever before. Democratization has created Airbnb. And when you look at something like hotels, democratization has actually created Airbnb so people can now be hotels. Airbnb democratized hoteliers. And it also democratized hotel-like stays by making people enjoy, hotel experience, which used to be reserved only before to those who are, I should say, can afford individuals, right? Democratization has also created Shopify. In their website, you'll see empowering independent businesses, owners everywhere. And Shopify removed the many constraints in the past for individuals to sell online. So many of us here can relate to that, I guess, for those who are subscribing to Shopify. And democratization has also created Grab. It has changed the way we commute. And obviously, if you look at Grab, it has made transportation much more accessible to people and democratized the taxi or rent a car like operators to many individuals, right? Grab food, one of the most wonderful things, for example, that's happening today. Well, also Food Panda. So whenever I see a Kuya Grab driver, I feel so good that this platform has actually created employment and earning opportunities for many of our kababayans. This platform also leveled the playing field. Again, leveled the playing field. Now you have the option to buy a 350 pesos tapsilog from known brands, or you also have the option to buy 100 pesos tapsilog from Nanay's Carinderia, and all of them can actually be found in the same app, right? Leveling the playing field. Again, that's extremely amazing. And we've seen how democratization has created Airbnb, Shopify, Grab, and I'm excited to share with you that at Eastern we are democratizing the technology for sari-sari stores. Again, it's a metaphor. It's just an analogy. And I guess sari-sari store is the best metaphor, the best analogy for businesses, aside from big enterprises, small businesses alike, mid-scale businesses. This segment, which needs not only our support, but yours as well, our partners, our competitors, as our technology partners and our customers. So the word sari-sari for the non-Filipinos in the session, it's a Tagalog word meaning variety. So such stores occupy, I should say, important economic and social location in the Filipino community. And these are ubiquitous in our neighborhoods, and along the streets, we can see them. And sari-sari stores are not only a one-stop shop providing locals, us, and also some foreigners with everything that we need, from the daily food necessities to cleaning supplies, milk, rice, mobile phone top-ups. But these are actually a colorful cultural icon that bring our community together. Again, though that is just a metaphor, imagine enabling sari-sari stores with internet. Imagine enabling sari-sari stores with data connectivity, with cloud, with cybersecurity, business applications, and it's indeed amazing. So as such, the BPM has a very significant role in the democratization also of the services in the country. This is a challenge to everybody, not only for the telco, players in the telco industry. We are one with you in making this happen. As we, in Eastern, we roll up our sleeves and continue to innovate to make that happen in the Philippines. We democratize internet, for example, by carefully curating the routing, internet routes to make them even more affordable, but ensuring the quality performance of any industry. So we can carefully curate the routing according to if you're a BPO, if you are a government agency, if you are from hotels, if you are from cable TV, for example, reselling the internet to residential, we can carefully curate and make a differentiator to make the price apt to what you actually need only. So for those also in the off-grid location without any telco facilities, or in the areas with limited ISP presence, we deliver internet access via satellite. Yes, that's already available in our portfolio. We democratize cybersecurity by making it available to all and affordable to even sari-sari stores. Imagine, sari-sari stores, quote unquote. And by the end of, or by the early Q1, early next year, you will enjoy another Eastern first in providing secured internet by default. This is the first and the only one in the Philippine telco landscape. Definitely exciting. We democratize business applications. For your information, for example, we have already started to deploy the contact center as a service based on subscription. That is also locally hosted in Eastern Cloud. And we make Tier 3 data center available in the local public cloud through the Eastern Cloud. So to get rid of expensive cloud resources, expensive connectivity from your branches or your data center to the cloud somewhere else, then there is an option for a locally hosted cloud here in the Philippines. And SASE, for example, SASE, Secure Access Service Edge, that's our latest innovation to transform the branches connectivity domestically or even to your offices or cloud resources outside the country. So let's sit down and you may contact any of our account managers for a more meaningful and in-depth discussions. This innovation is not just about the cost management. We'll explore together the business benefits, build the value-based argumentation together. In Eastern, we call that as the VBA, value-based argumentation. Now, just my last slide here. I'm also asked to share my insights about our talent, about the talent. How important is the quality of talent when implementing these innovations? How should we prepare? So let me take this discussion in a totally different angle. As there have been numerous discussions already, also mentioned earlier in the session, about upskilling the Pinoy talents, including those in the countryside. This time, I'd like to talk about a whole notion of the development of people in such a rapidly changing environment to ensure that you've got the skilled environment, to ensure that a skilled workforce in our challenging environment. But also want to ensure that the development of the people and the assignments we have and the leadership we provide is worthy of the people that we have. Again, the leadership, us leaders in our own companies, the leadership that we provide is worthy of the people that we have. That's in a way that ensures our people are motivated, inspired, that we run the most possible inclusive organization that we can. And I have a strong bias. That's how you organize the technology organization, right? That's most important. It's not anymore if you're the first to market a particular technology, a specific technology, that determines your long-term successes in that internal technology environment. So I'm talking about the speed to market internally. It is if you can build the most inspired technology organization where people are motivated, where people are wanting to be in the team, where people want to be in the same boat, rowing in the same direction, actually respecting the people rowing next to them. That is the kind of organization that succeeds in the end. And talent will just follow. Maraming salamat po. Let's all stay safe, stay healthy. And as I always say, let's keep on inspiring each other. Again, I'm 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠 from Eastern Communications. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Magandang hapon also, and thank you very much, Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠 of Eastern Communications. The next speaker for this topic is been the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association for the past 6 years and has contributed immensely to the country's growth and development in the technology and innovation sector. He leads the nation's promotions and marketing efforts with successful inbound and outbound missions to Asia and other parts of the world. He has been an industry representative for more than a decade and has ably supported various engagements covering talent development and countryside development. He also plays a vital role in ICT development in the countryside. Over his many years in the ICT industry, he has established very strong links with government partners such as DTI, DOST, CHED, and the ICT. He has also successfully established the makings of the Silicon Valley of the Philippines, which is Spring Valley in the Visayas. He's a former executive director of the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines and has managed several software development companies. He's a staunch supporter of the startup movement in the country and has successfully launched several startups of his own, including OJTPH.com and Digital Pilipinas and Well, he's a World Bank consultant for technology and IT-related matters. Our speaker is the CEO of Spring Valley Tech Corporation and former president of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the man that they call JDL, the president of the Philippine Software Industry Association, Jonathan Defensor de Luzuriaga. Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. A pleasant day to everyone. This is Jonathan Defensor de Luzuriaga, or JDL, to talk about the IT BPM industry in the Philippines going digital, most especially at the time of the pandemic. So according to IBPAP's industry updates, and this is the latest and the greatest data that we are now presenting to the attendees of this conference. Technically, there were still some growth that we experienced even at the height of the lockdown. So there were about 23,000 new hires in 2020, which now gives us a total of about 1.32 million full-time employees in the IT BPM sector. This then produces a multiplier effect of about 4.3 million indirect jobs. And as far as revenue is concerned, we're pretty much within the range that Roadmap 2022 has more or less declared, even at the start of 2016, which is about $26.7 billion by the end of 2020. And then there is the talent upskilling factor, which is the continuous talent upskilling on digital and global leadership skills. So what does this now translate to? First and foremost, this now translates to the Philippines being called, a very bankable industry. It was a journey of resilience for the entire IT BPM sector here in our country. It has demonstrated resilience amidst different adversities over the last 20 years, not just, for 2019 and 2020. So, we've seen the Philippines escape, natural disasters such as 𝗜𝗠. During the financial crisis, it was actually a blessing for the IT BPM sector. And of course, last but not the least, was, during the unfortunate time that the entire country had to be put on lockdown, the industry has more or less adjusted quite well in terms of the current work from home setup. And now as we speak, little by little, things are getting normal, and we are all praying that it returns to as normal as we know normal to be within the next couple of months. The Everest roadmap was refreshed sometime latter part of 2020 to see if we are still on track in terms of the targets that we have set for the Philippine IT BPM industry. Now, apparently, we're not the only ones suffering some contraction. So as you can see here, from a global standpoint, there was negative growth for both contact center and business processing, as well as IT. This is my sector. And this also translates to the performance of the Philippines. However, there's stellar growth in terms of the global in-house centers, as well as healthcare and BPO. And, based on the stories coming from our friends in animation and game development, they've also experienced significant growth. And that's something that we really look forward to growing in the next couple of years. We always put in front of us what we call a stretch goal. So the Philippines, despite the contraction that everyone experienced in 2020, is still looking forward to at least a 5% growth rate when it comes to the headcount, as well as a 5.5% in terms of revenue. So what is currently the trend that we're looking at as far as IT BPM performance, both globally and within the Philippines is concerned? Well, I got acquainted with this report coming from MuleSoft, which basically tells us of the trends shaping digital transformation for 2022. For all our friends in Cebu, this is the nth time that I'm doing this for the conference, and I always make it a point to get ahead of the curve in terms of whatever knowledge that I could impart to the audience. And this time around, we're not even talking about what happened in 2021, but I'd like to move forward and look at what's in store for us for 2022. Trend number one, the future of work will be built on connected hybrid experiences. And how this translates to the Philippine IT BPM sector is quite simple. There are those companies that are going to do a blended approach, meaning to say, a chunk of their workforce will be working from home, and then the others will be reporting to their respective offices. Now, there are some nuances in terms of how this translates, because as we very well know, most of the large IT BPM players are actually within what we call PEZA zones, or the Philippine Economic Zones. And right now, there's a lot of discussion between the industry associations and the respective government agencies in terms of how this now translates into the companies experiencing the various forms of incentives. So the workplace has rapidly evolved, and employee expectations have also evolved with it. So even when you look at the job ads right now, employers are now saying, this is a purely work from home engagement, and so on and so forth. And somehow that adds to the attraction as well as the retention of the IT BPM workforce. Trend number two is the composable business matures. What does this mean? The pressure to innovate faster continues to rise. Everyone that was once offline in terms of businesses is now wanting to go online. And with this, organizations are looking for greater agility, leading to an increased drive to composable and event-driven architectures. This is mostly on the technology side, how we do software. We build it now as modularly as we can, so that we keep on adding more value for the customers of these respective businesses. And this is going to continue. In fact, pandemic or no pandemic, this trend was already present even as early as 2016. Trend number three is the rise of the business technologist. What does this mean? The increasing pressure of the digital agenda and imperative on organizations. Business technologists are now a very hot item. This is now what was once before a nice to have is now essential. So companies are now investing in talent that would basically perform the work of business technologists. And again, if you rewind 10 years ago, this particular job or function is not even known to any one of us. Trend number four is hyper-automation unlocks digital value. Hyper-automation basically is applied so that productivity will increase, accelerate time to market, most especially for new products and services, and transform employee and customer experiences, because now every company wants to put the customer in the center, and how they get feedback and how they adjust their value proposition will now depend on the applications of solutions such as hyper-automation. Trend number five is security by default is a must-have, most especially when the workforce for the IT BPM sector in the Philippines was now pushed towards a work from home scenario. security requirements were very difficult to adjust. And again, even prior to the pandemic, the Philippines was already gearing up for this particular scenario. In fact, we created the laws that were relevant in terms of data privacy and the like, and IT security as well. We even now have a commission that addresses such concerns. And, again, it takes a pandemic to magnify the importance of this particular aspect. So what, again, was nice to have is now a must for businesses, and that would be IT security. Trend number 6 is the rise of hybrid distributed ecosystems, which adds complexity. So the digital world now is embracing hybrids and multi-clouds, finding a more generic and benevolent way of integrating and managing these environments. So if your workforce is doing work from home and there is work from the office and there are people who are doing work from everywhere, how do you manage these now? And the only solution to that is you need to have a hybrid distributed ecosystem so that you could continue to track progress, implement, even a rewards and recognition system for the people within your organization. And this particular trend is still going to continue, even with, COVID more or less getting within respectable numbers. Last but not the least is the single source of truth becomes key to the data-driven business. So throughout this digital journey, an increasing amount of data, in fact, some reports say that there were about 2 billion more people who actually joined the internet during the pandemic. And these are, of course, the learners, these are the workers, and with that comes a very huge data explosion. Now, with this also is the rise of a lot of misinformation. So now everyone is now looking for a single source of truth where consumers can get the right data in the right context at the right time to make the right decisions, most especially for businesses. So these are just 7 trends shaping digital transformation for 2022. There's going to be a lot more trends and value propositions that will be presented as this entire digital journey for the world and for the IT BPM sector in the Philippines becomes unraveled before us. But again, so probably the question on a lot of people's minds is, so how fares the industry? Well, one of the latest press releases for the IT BPM sector here in the Philippines is that it will still grow to even 8%. Of course, this is a far cry from the double-digit growth that we've experienced in the past 2 decades or so. But, despite all of these challenges, we could see an industry that is still continuing to contribute to the country's economic activity and viability. And again, make no mistake about this, this is because of the strength of the Filipino talent, which is now sought after all over the world. Even industries that were very conservative before in embracing digital, such as the insurance industry, is now urging all of its community to embrace technology and pivot, most especially for the post-pandemic period. We have now been known as the industry that is pandemic-proof. And of course, for those of you who don't know the lay of the land, the mother association is the IT and Business Process Association of the Philippines, which is IBPAP. And there are several sectors underneath it, such as the animation, represented by the Animation Council of the Philippines, Contact Center, which is the biggest community within the umbrella organization. And this is represented by, of course, the Contact Center Association of the Philippines. We also have, one of the youngest and the most aggressive sectors of the industry, which is the Game Developer Association of the Philippines, or GDAP. And then, as reported earlier, most especially highlighted during the Everest report, one of the growth sectors is actually the Global In-House Center Council, or the shared services captives that have found a home in the Philippines. And front and center is actually the Healthcare Information Management Association of the Philippines, who continues to register quite an impressive trajectory when it comes to growth. And last but not the least, of course, the sector that is in charge of the software development services and products and technology and innovation aspect, which is the Philippine Software Industry Association, which apparently is also the oldest industry association, been going for more than 3 decades now. I'd be very happy to entertain any questions during the panel, but for now, I'd like to wish everyone a pleasant day, and I appreciate the attention that you have given me for this very short presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. JDL. And we will continue so that we will make up for the time. The next speaker is has a 20+ years of experience in a research and development organization. Her primary experience is on managing firmware, software, electrical, mechanical test, and manufacturing support organization. Experience also in managing and leading a global R&D teams in the Philippines, China, and also in the US, and is passionate in growing organizational capability via talent and leadership development. She's a graduate of BS Computer Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, from Lexmark Research and Development Corporation, let's welcome their General Manager and Director of the Asia Product Delivery for R&D, Cristina Quebrata. Good afternoon, Cristina.
Good afternoon. My name is Tin Quebrata. I am currently the General Manager of the R&D Asia Product Delivery of Lexmark. Today, we will talk about Lexmark and how we are incorporating innovation in our workplace. Our business began back in 1954 as a division of IBM. For 67 years, we've been focused on office automation and imaging, while evolving with the needs of our customers. This type of longevity in the dynamic technology market doesn't happen by accident or by luck. It is a function of how we have structured our business to remain focused on our customers and the challenges that they face. Lexmark is a global business with our headquarters in Lexington, Kentucky. At the same site we started in 1954. We also have regional headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland for Europe, Singapore for Asia Pacific, and Coral Gables for Latin America. Our primary development locations are Lexington, Kentucky, Cebu, Philippines, and Kolkata, India. To support our operations, we have shared services centers in Cebu, Budapest, Buenos Aires, and Shenzhen. Lexmark is recognized as a global leader in the imaging and document services market. Our products, solutions, and services are consistently recognized by industry analysts and independent third-party testing houses. Our customers are located all over the world with devices deployed in over 170 countries. In fact, Lexmark has managed print service engagements in over 28,000 cities and 200K locations. In total, we have over 6.5 million devices operating in the field, of which over 1 million are managed directly through our single global system. Lexmark Research and Development Corporation, or Lexmark Cebu, is the product of an extensive 2001 one-year study of potential expansion locations examining 10 countries. At the conclusion, Lexmark Research and Development Corporation established roots here in Cebu City. It's a city that was viewed to shape development in the ASEAN region over the next decade. Furthermore, in time, Cebu would become a favorite expansion site for companies around the world. Those in the site study knew Cebu would bring diversity of thought to R&D. In addition, the investigative team discovered the Filipino workforce is very skilled, creative, driven, trainable, and hardworking. They found a population with a lot of potential, supported by a good education system, which produces an ample supply of degree qualified workers. Finally, English is a second language in the Philippines, making it easy and comfortable for an American company like Lexmark to communicate with its Filipino peers. Today, Lexmark Cebu has grown into the Asia-Pacific base of both R&D and shared services operations, supporting functions all over the world. It is noteworthy that the Cebu facility is the largest site next to corporate headquarters. So what are our capabilities here in Cebu Research and Development? Lexmark's R&D strategy is to have a complementary site here in Cebu that is capable of product delivery and innovation. In Lexmark Cebu, we have several engineering roles that supports end-to-end delivery. The availability of the technical and creative skills in Cebu enable the site to be responsible for the development and delivery of printer hardware modules, embedded programming code, software solutions, information development, user experience, industrial design, videos, and animation. And that vision of growing more capacity and capability in Cebu is still very relevant today as technology evolves. Lexmark has been in the industry for several years, and as a technology company, we have to continue to keep up with the ongoing changes and the dynamics of the market to continue to stay relevant. To stay competitive, we need to have innovation. So how do we encourage innovation? How do we create the culture of innovation? First, innovation is an integral part of our employees' core values. Lexmark leadership and management team encourages the organization to think about innovation and creativity every day as part of what we do. Workplace can make a huge impact on innovation. Lexmark invested in spaces and tools to encourage that. And more importantly, incorporating the culture of collaboration and embracing diverse thinking is key in innovation. Employees with different background and different thought processes bring unique viewpoints in creating products and solving issues. So to further dig more, to support this culture of innovation, as a dynamic global information technology company, Lexmark Cebu invested in world-class research and development facilities that comply with industry standards that help drive innovations. Advanced laboratories and testing facilities include electromagnetic compatibility and acoustic labs, packaging, prototype technology labs, temperature and humidity chambers, firmware tests, software quality assurance, and test engineering laboratories. So the pictures here are just some of the examples of the laboratories that we have. Starting in 2013, Lexmark Cebu also offered 2 lab services, our EMC and acoustics, to external customers. This is a testament to the sophisticated and highly advanced R&D facilities unique in the Philippines and even in Asia, and providing additional revenue for the company. Aside from labs and facilities, R&D environments are also probably among the most demanding in terms of the need for collaboration tools. So Lexmark Cebu continues to invest not only in standard communication equipment, but more importantly, in online collaboration systems to make it as easy as possible to approach and connect with the right resource person at any time, whether to exchange ideas, consult on any issue, or work together to find solutions wherever they are in the world. We take our culture of innovation seriously, and we recognize the benefits of promoting events in which participants collaborate on projects and are encouraged to do experimentation, promoting creativity, critical thinking, problem solving, and friendly competition as part of a culture of innovation. More importantly, as stakeholders in an R&D environment, employees understand that they can significantly play a role in the future of the company in terms of product roadmaps. In fact, there are multiple venues and platforms that they can use to contribute their ideas. Innovation is part of our core values, as I mentioned earlier. It is embedded in our day-to-day process. Employees are empowered in an environment that nurtures innovation, where thoughts and ideas are welcome and valued. We continue to challenge the status quo, continue to rethink what we can do differently to improve our product solutions and processes. To emphasize this core value, we recognize innovation efforts. Lexmark Cebu consistently rewards inventors for their efforts to help keep its position as a leading-edge innovator through the Inventor Award Program, a program that has continued for years now. Lastly, to encourage innovation and in order to come up with innovative solutions, Lexmark R&D employees explore other adjacent technologies and continues to find ways on how to incorporate those in our processes and products. We are also merging this with customer insights. Lexmark is committed in building our in-house R&D capabilities, leveraging emerging technologies and partnerships to bring together a library of intellectual property. We're given the mission to do research and find ways to anticipate and meet and exceed the needs of our customers through the application of new technologies. And as part of invention and innovation, Lexmark recently offered our IoT platform to equipment manufacturers. It is a platform that combines and operationalizes siloed data from connected devices and core business systems. Moving towards an innovative workplace takes time, but Lexmark has proven over the years its ability to do so. For 20 years, Lexmark Cebu is a technology-driven company that is deeply committed in building an innovative workforce to continue to deliver value to our customers and partners. This video will give you more ideas on how we have grown into this innovative workplace.
In 2001, Lexmark built its roots in one of the metropolitan cities of the Philippines, the Queen City of the South, Cebu. The city that will shape development in the ASEAN region over the coming decade, while remaining to be a favorite expansion site among companies in the world for its central location and easy access from all areas of the Asia-Pacific region. After an extensive one-year study of potential locations in 10 countries and recognizing the diversity and highly skilled Filipino workforce, in January 2001, Lexmark Research and Development Corporation opened at Cebu Business Park.
They were scouting the whole Philippines for the first 15. I can remember when I was interviewed, I was just a fresh graduate. So I told myself, wala na ko'y pag-asa. And then after 3 months, I was on the plane to Lexington to join the training.
And the first 15 employees were given orientation and sent to Lexington, Kentucky, the Lexmark International Headquarters for training.
When the first 50 employees of Lexmark returned from our training in the US, we had a welcome party here in Cebu. And for our group, we performed the Lady Marmalade of Moulin Rouge. You can just imagine that some of the managers, including our CEO then, Stan Combs, covering their eyes because of our performance.
Our world-class team takes pride in our culture and constant drive for exceptional work. Lexmark is where careers have grown and will continue to be nurtured.
There's a lot of changes, but one of the changes is that I'm currently working now with my daughter, Shiloh.
I really enjoy my 3-year working experience in Lexmark because of its work environment. And one of the most enjoyable one is that I am able to work with my father.
Working with Lexmark is one of the biggest decisions I ever made in my life. The biggest decision in adapting change. A change in the working environment, a change in the culture, or a change in the scope of work. The work is more challenging, but consider that as a learning journey for my career. Working with Lexmark is fulfilling and rewarding. That's why I invited my daughter to join me in Lexmark.
When I decided to offer in Lexmark, there are 2 things that come to mind. First is the flexible work schedule. Then the second one is the career growth and development, which is something that we look forward to.
In our 20th year, we celebrate our years of winning and surpassing challenges. We celebrate the creative and innovative team that we have become. We celebrate our people.
My Lexmark journey is more about growth. The management is really open.
They listen to our concerns.
The people you work with, they provide tools and support that may help achieve those goals.
Through its training and developments,
Career and professional development.
colleagues bringing in something new every day. There's been a lot of innovation being done here in Lexmark. I get up to get to work and to be a part of that innovation.
We're not just delivering a simple product. It's built by the passion of the people pouring themselves out into it.
They really respond positively and quickly. With those praises and good feedbacks, it assures me that I'm doing good on my job, and it's reassuring and it fires me up to do more.
Diversity is really important, especially the acceptance of the people within the organization. Because the only way that you can thrive in an environment is for you to be able to adapt and to have a supportive system. That's also when the employees feel safe.
Work-life balance.
Work-life balance. Work-life balance.
Work-life balance.
Because of the work and life balance, I was able to manage my time for my work and my family.
Pro-employee and family-oriented.
Lexmark is fun.
Lots of people, lots of opportunities being met.
Over the years, Lexmark and its employees have grown and gone through changes in so many ways. And I am just glad that the fun and excitement working here never changed.
I can consider Lexmark as my second home. It's a family.
It was both an honor and a privilege. It's not every day that you get to join something small and then see it become this big.
For 14 years, I didn't regret that I moved here at Lexmark.
I know Lexmark is always at my side, looking after my welfare.
I would encapsulate everything in my experience in Lexmark as a fulfillment.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. 𝗜𝗃𝗣𝗠. We missed one of the presentations earlier. So this one is from currently the technical manager in the Technology Strategy and Transformation Office under PLDT Technology Group. This current role covers assessment and road mapping of fixed and wireless technologies, even those not yet commercially available. It covers the scanning of technologies that will power the future of PLDT Smart's differentiated services. The speaker is obtained his Bachelor of Science in Electronics and Communications Engineering from the University of St. LaSalle and his Master's of Business Administration from the Asian Institute of Management through a full-time scholarship. Currently, he's enrolled in Data Science and Machine Learning Certification course at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the technical manager in the Technology Strategy and Transformation Office of PLDT Technology Group, Mr. Paul Edward Pao Alvarez.
Good day, everyone. Esteemed members and everyone else listening. It is an honor to be here today to speak to you about artificial intelligence and hopefully share some of the knowledge that we have gathered across the years, some realities we need to face, some actual implementations, and finally, a call to you, esteemed listeners, to make AI as part of your business strategies today. AI is already ingrained into our societies. A lot of the tools that we use today are centered and founded upon AI. We have our search engines that have become more targeted with the results they provide, our home and phone assistants that we use when we have our hands tied. We have our multimedia platforms recommending unending hours of good content. We have our navigation systems that can get us to almost any place at the shortest amount of time. And we have our social medias, the like of Facebook and LinkedIn, which has made the world a little bit smaller and very much reachable. And not just mainstream, but already in more critical applications, artificial intelligence has established quite a foothold. We have AI for finance, helping with contracts, taxes, laws, best price, for example. We have AI for health, giving precise diagnosis and treatment options. We have initiatives for transport, like everyone's favorite Tesla. And we have AI that has beat the best players in the biggest games in the world today, and many more. AI has a lot of potential. For companies that have adopted AI, there have been very visible positive effects on both the top line with new services and cost savings with operations. Companies have identified AI as one of their main differentiators versus their competitors. And demand for machine learning, AI, and data skills have continued increasing globally. We are here today because we have also heard, in one way or another, these upsides. But actually, a lot of AI today is misunderstood. We've been working with AI for more than 70 years now, and we've just barely scratched the surface. It was only 9 years ago that we had a deep learning revolution where finally neural networks, a type of AI implementation, was finally able to exceed a threshold where it was easy enough to deploy and provide an output that could be very usable. Fast forward to 2021, we are still having most of AI working only on specific use cases. There is a lot of fear with AI. We think of AI as replacements. But what AI is right now is a tool, a very versatile one at that. And for the next 5 to 10 years, it will be up to us really what use cases or new ways of working we will be able to think about. AI right now is here to help us to do our work better and serve our customers better. And we have to be very clear about that. We have to be very clear about what we want AI to do. Because along with the misunderstanding of what AI is that 80% of AI projects or ideas have not gone into production. AI is not some magic hammer that you just plug and play. There is a lot of work that needs to be done and done today. And AI today looks a lot more like coding and dashboards. But not to worry for businesses, a lot of these are already prepackaged. A lot of these we can use out of the box without any coding. The wonder with AI is that you don't have to keep reprogramming them. AI essentially solved one of the main problems we had with previous programming paradigms. New parameters that were not hard-coded into the program would not break AI. We just need to keep training them with relevant information. They can continually improve how they generate their outputs without even updating the code. This can save us from a lot of downtimes and make us adapt faster to very dynamic customer needs. And the world has shown that it is very, very complex and very, very volatile. It would take so long to program so many possibilities, and we would still miss something. And with that, miss business opportunities. With AI, you will have coding libraries, almost all foundations being open source, readily available and constantly being updated. Tune them based on your use case and train them with the data that you have. And you will have your implementation of AI. And with that, AI has grown to be very powerful. It has given design thinking, lean methodologies, and learning and failing fast a tailor-fit tool for the job, especially in serving customers. Again, we have to use it right and be very specific with the modalities. We have heard of machine learning. These are the models or AI that we use mainly for analytics or what we call business intelligence. We have AI that are good at understanding speech. These are the models that can translate, the most recent being natural language processing capabilities that have grown quite well. These are the models that listen to more commands or read text and documents. We have AI that is very good with vision. We use these in our CCTV cameras, mainly in video analytics. And we have AI that can predict, reason, and recommend based on historical information that it has learned. And there are also models that are good at responding. These are more of the robotics capabilities or pure capabilities that synthesize and act. And we can mix and match these capabilities. And with much creativity, we create great AI use cases. That is a bunch of AI helping each other help us. And In the next few slides, I'll be showing you how AI can really help the BPO industry. One great thing about AI is its capability to integrate information. We often have a lot of processes that need to be done in series or in parallel, and AI could help us a lot with automating these or streamlining these processes. Many of these could introduce a lot of potential mistakes. As people, we can only focus on a few things at the same time. But with AI helping us, we could have an integrated view. We could have assets coming into our warehouses, for example, and it would automatically update databases. It could provide notifications and advanced booking. The beauty here versus previous systems is that with AI, these can be done even when there are some misalignments or some unforeseen events. AI can still act and produce good output. This solves a lot of things. We have a lot of data that might sometimes be forgotten or wrongly inputted. With the right planning and the right AI, we can manage a lot of assets and integrate and simplify and make things more efficient. Second, AI can help us gain deeper insight into past data. It could allow us to examine very dynamic information. Imagine yourself looking at just one screen, seeing so many things move at the same time. How many things can you lock into? Here is an implementation where multiple things at the same time are being tracked, if they're moving or not. Here, we see a call out to an abandoned object and somebody loitering for 30 minutes. This could help us a lot with security, safety, and traffic management. AI can look at the entire picture and even incorporate historical data. As you can see here on the right, it's showing high traffic zone and no traffic zone. These could be areas of interest that we could not have seen before. These could be where the crowds form, potential placement for a product, for example, or an indication of successful marketing that drew people together. Here, AI can broaden our horizon and highlight those things of interest that we might not be able to see until it's too late. AI could simulate multiple events across hundreds and thousands of virtual hours in a matter of minutes. This could help us save a lot of investment or inform us of good investments or initiatives. AI can help us read massive amounts of data and information quickly. When we do not have the time and when we have something to output right away, with just the right templates and the right AI, we could process so much information together and provide output with a quality that we want in a very short amount of time. These could be like financial information in spreadsheets where you need to make decisions on buying or selling. The real powerful thing about AI here is that the more you use it, the better it will be with the next outputs that you create together. AI can allow us to deliver hyper-personalized services. In this very competitive world, cognitive customer service, wherein we provide services based on customer profiles, could have multiple agents serve a single person with the help of AI that collates information. With profiling, getting historical transaction, and even incorporating best practices in one handy interface, we can create that connection right away, even if we have not talked to that person before. This could help us too in our hiring and our training, where we can create custom fit programs for our employees. We could have algorithms that allow us to communicate in native languages. This has been proven to create deeper connection with the people that you are serving. You can also imagine, before you were not able to serve this market because of this language barrier, but now, with translation capabilities, you can already try to enter that market. Here, we can create a lot of stickiness to the services we offer and provide much better experiences, both internally and externally. And my final example, AI can help us to react better, immediately, with knowing the sentiments of the people we are talking to. We could have AI that can look at the person we're talking to, showing us where that person's attention is gathered. This could specifically be very powerful for multimedia, advertising, and all other digital assets. We could have AI that is listening to the voice of the people in the conversation and deduce changes in emotion. We could have AI reading through text, comments, or social media. This provides us with a means to think deeper about how effective we are with the delivery of our services. And there are so much more implementations. AI has matured enough that it can fit into all facets of our businesses. We just have to be very clear of the outputs we want to have. How your AI in your business will be can vary greatly. AI is not a magic hammer. There needs to be a lot of thought going into AI. You could have AI in the cloud sitting in a data center somewhere. It could be within your office, or it could be right in your phone. It could be also offline, where you do some analyses or planning, or online, as I mentioned earlier, right beside you, working with you. You need to have the right amount and quality of data. You need to have models that have enough level of explainability and robustness. You will need a good partner that can provide you with the most amount of relevant use cases and expertise. And you will need infrastructure that is secure and resilient. AI is our friend and it is here to stay, my friends. Be it improving internal operations, improving services we already provide, or helping us create new services and opening up new markets. And I'll just end with this. In the next 5 years, there will be 40 billion people and devices that can be served. We must think now that the future we will be serving not only people, but also devices. The virtual and physical convergence has fast-tracked. With COVID-19, the world no longer is your oyster. You have multiple layers of worlds further calling out the need for enhanced capabilities. And finally, this is technology available today. You can already start with AI. And we are on the cusp of a renaissance for AI. And a lot of enterprises globally are just starting. And we are not too late. And there will be a huge potential that we can miss, possibly. What we need are business leaders today making AI as part of their business strategies, starting from the very top of leadership and clearly communicating it to the entire organization. We are right now being presented with a foundation to create new services and identify new ways of working. I am hoping for the next few years with unicorns coming out of the Philippines, actually. And I have no doubt that it will be in some form of AI. We are just really starting to scratch the surface. And I hope in this short talk that we have lit some fires with the listeners, and I hope to continue this conversation because we are really just starting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pao. So we move on to our next guest. He has been involved in financial technology since 2003, working with global solution providers such as FIS and SunGard in various regional roles in sales, account management, and channel partnerships. He has worked with numerous banks and mobile payment companies across Southeast Asia. At Pioneer, he is Vice President and Regional Head of the Southeast Asia. He and his team worked with businesses of all sizes across multiple industries, helping them participate and flourish in the new global digital economy. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Management Engineering from the Ateneo de Manila University and is currently based in Hong Kong. And he is also currently the General Manager of Pioneer Hong Kong Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome 𝗤𝗚𝗓.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Miguel, and I'm here to talk to you about maximizing financial technology, or fintech, and how outsourcing agencies can utilize Pioneer's innovative payments platform for their business. But before we talk about payments specifically, I wanted to just give a little bit of context in terms of how the world of commerce, even pre-pandemic, has really meaningfully changed. Whereas previously, if you wanted to buy services or goods, or you wanted to, book a holiday, or even if you wanted to hail a taxi, right? This was often a very physical experience. You needed to, look in the yellow pages, or you needed to actually go to a store, or you needed to actually go to a travel agent to do these things, right? But as everybody now knows, within a very short period of time, within less than a generation, everything is now much more digital. There are platforms like Upwork and Fiverr if you wanted to, outsource or buy services, right? There are sites like Airbnb if you wanted to book a holiday. Of course, e-commerce, which is expanding at rapid rates during the pandemic. Even before that, it was already rising significantly. And there's definitely been this fundamental shift globally. The world was already changing pre-pandemic, and it was on this trajectory of digitalization. And COVID-19 really further accelerated this digitization across all industries. And whereas previously, companies of all sizes were really stuck and looking at, barriers to change, right? Like, not able to get executive buy-in, insufficient budget, or even a lack of a clear digital strategy. I think many of us know that these are discussions that were happening pre-pandemic at varying paces depending on the company or the industry that you're in. But hands down, the pandemic has shown us that you must digitize. The customer, your customer, expects it, regardless of whether you're in technology, financial services, retail, healthcare. There is definitely a need to engage with the customer in new digital ways, and this is driving a lot of companies to rethink their strategies. And one of the things that really excites me, and of course I think many people are familiar with, is that the Philippines is well positioned to address these global digitization trends. Why? Because we are a leader globally in terms of outsourcing and online outsourcing. The Philippine BPO industry generated $26.7 billion in revenue in 2020, and it grew, despite the challenges, 1.4%. But I think what not a lot of people know is that online outsourcing, which is again similar to outsourcing, but typically done through platforms like Upwork, Fiverr, and Online Jobs PH, just to name a few. This is also a form of outsourcing which is projected to reach $9 billion by 2026 and is actually growing at a much faster rate than the BPO industry in general. And the Philippines has, over the last couple of years, and continues to be one of the top 5 countries globally in terms of online outsourcing. And Payoneer works with a number of these online outsourcing companies in the Philippines, really businesses of all sizes, from individual freelancers to agencies to BPOs with hundreds of employees. And yes, the pandemic has affected business, but it's really heartening to see that many of our customers that we've spoken with actually speak about a sharp increase in demand for virtual assistants, an influx of customers willing to explore the idea of outsourcing not just customer support, but also key positions, an exponential rise in demand for long-term remote work around the globe. I think that the pandemic, COVID-19, has really leveled the playing field in terms of not just large outsourcing companies, but small to medium outsourcing companies that are looking to win business with clients in the US, in Europe, in Australia, because this openness to a global workforce that is remote is really starting to gain traction among clients and business partners in developed countries. And Payoneer recently did a study globally on the Global Gig Economy Index, and the Philippines actually, amongst all of the countries that we surveyed, grew the fastest year on year, more than 200%, based on a survey of thousands of freelancers globally. And the idea of, as I had mentioned, a global remote talent pool is really playing into this growth in terms of online outsourcing in the Philippines. And of course, where there is growth, there is opportunity. And what we're seeing is that many of the freelancers that were participating in online outsourcing are actually becoming SMBs, contributing to the overall growth of the industry. They are hiring people, they are investing in infrastructure, they are really expanding their business by winning clients in more countries and more clients in general from a business perspective. And here are a couple of examples of people, many of whom I'm proud to call friends, who've been able to actually transition from a freelancer providing online outsourcing services and have now become SMBs and BPOs that employ dozens and in some cases hundreds of people that aren't necessarily located in Metro Manila, but are actually located outside the metro areas. Some in Metro Cebu, but also others in the general Visayas region. And we are really starting to see many of these people capitalize on entrepreneurship opportunities that they have seen working with international customers online and really becoming SMBs and larger businesses. And there's so much opportunity here. So what I'm showing you is really a snapshot of another survey we've done globally. This one from the Freelance Income Survey that Payoneer typically does. And you see some high-level stats in terms of the demographics of the entrepreneurs and the workers in this space, right? And you see across a varying degree of specializations and skills, the types of freelance work that they do, the mean hourly rate in terms of what they're actually offering to their customers. And you see that these are good rates, anywhere from $10 for administrative work to more than $20 for project management and higher values add service work. And this is really a massive opportunity that regardless of the size of business, whether you are an individual entrepreneur or a growing team, you see that the revenue potential working with international customers in developed countries providing online outsourcing or outsourcing services is really massive. But that said, where there's opportunity, there is also typically challenge. Many of these businesses struggle working with payments in particular, that is oftentimes very analog, if you like, right? Lots of paperwork involved, lots of questions in terms of, the onboarding process, right? And traditional cross-border payments is typically a very, very painful process that wasn't really designed to address the new digitization trends that are happening globally. And many people have seen that the traditional banking infrastructure has many components as they relate to regulation, compliance, and even establishing a direct connection between the sender and the receiver. So think about this example where your client banks with a small bank in the US, and you in the Philippines are banking with perhaps a regional bank, right? The bank of the sender and your bank may not actually be connected. So they might have to go through a third or even a fourth bank called a correspondent bank to be able to bridge the gap in terms of sending the money. And every time there is another party involved, there is a delay, there is a cost, there is a fee. And what ultimately results in a painful and sometimes friction-filled experience before you can actually receive the money for the services that you have rendered. And this is really where Payoneer can help you. We are one of the world's leading partners for digital commerce. We work with more than 5 million users internationally, helping them do business in more than 200 territories and countries globally. And we are helping businesses of all sizes capitalize on global digital opportunities. We work with some of the largest digital brands, either whether in freelance, in e-commerce, or digital marketing, names which are almost synonymous with this digitization trend. And we offer you a world-class cross-border payments platform that helps you receive from marketplaces, banks, credit cards, wires, and from other Payoneer users. You can sign up as an individual or as a company, get access to multiple currencies, be able to change the currencies to different currencies within your Payoneer platform, and then access the funds in many interesting ways. And it is super easy to use, whether you are an Upwork agency or freelancer or an eBay seller. You can easily connect your Payoneer account to the marketplace and start receiving funds. We can also give you access to what we call local receiving accounts in major currencies. And if you are an Amazon seller, for example, you can connect this to your Amazon store and easily receive the payments in your Payoneer account. If you have direct international clients, like many outsourcing companies and BPOs do, you can bill your clients directly from Payoneer, attach an invoice, request a payment. The client will then receive an email, and then they can conveniently pay you into your Payoneer account via credit cards, e-checks, and if they are also a Payoneer customer, they can pay you directly from their Payoneer account. And once you've received the funds, you can withdraw the funds to your local bank at a highly competitive foreign exchange rate. And if you have a bank in a different country, you can also, should you choose, connect Payoneer to that bank account, provided that you are and can establish ownership of said bank account. We also offer many innovative ways for you to pay your business expenses like online advertising on Facebook and Google. We can offer you a high limits card, whether physical or digital, and you can then use this to immediately access the balance in your Payoneer account and pay with high acceptance rates and high spending limits all of the expenses that you need to run your business. If you have global suppliers or contractors in different countries, you can pay them directly from your Payoneer balance, no matter where they are. You can pay them for free and they can access it quickly and conveniently. And one other thing which we've done, which I'm particularly proud of, having localized this service for many emerging businesses in the Philippines, in 2020, we partnered with GCash, one of the largest mobile wallets in the Philippines, enabling businesses of all sizes to connect their Payoneer account to GCash and receive the funds in real time, in pesos, in the GCash account. And this is something that we're continuing to see amazing traction from the local market, because people are delighted at being able to receive their funds real time in pesos and be able to now use the money in GCash with all accredited GCash merchants. At Payoneer, we're constantly looking to improve our products and services. Please follow us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on YouTube. We've got a lot of content that will help you grow your international business and help you really maximize all of the digital opportunities that are out there for your business. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been a pleasure presenting for you today. I wish you all well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miguel Warren of Payoneer. Now we move on to the last speaker for this afternoon. He is the founding partner of Core Capital, which manages the joint Gobi Core Fund. It's a US 10 million micro fund, which invests in the next generation of the Philippines' most promising startups. As head of the circular economy at Gobi Partners, a pan-Asian venture capital firm with an asset of $1.2 billion US dollars under management, he leads investments in innovative companies that champion sustainability. He was previously a social entrepreneur, and he worked as the country director of Waves for Water Philippines. So, he was recognized with the Development Award and the Bayanihan Award by the President of the Philippines, as well as a top 30 under 30 innovators by numerous publications, including Forbes magazine. He is currently a circular economy pioneer at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and was the co-chair of the Global Shapers Climate Action Steering Committee at the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome 𝗕𝗏
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Daghang salamat sa pagpaminaw sa akong presentation. My name is 𝗕𝗏, full-blown Cebuano, born and raised. Glad to be talking to this esteemed guest, and thank you so much for giving us time to talk about what's happening in the tech industry. So I'm a partner for Core Capital, and we are a local independent venture capital firm, and we invest in the next generation of technology startups that will help impact and help the Philippines accelerate to a digital economy. With the topic that was provided to me, I wanted to talk more of what's happening pre-pandemic, during this pandemic, and post-pandemic through a report that we've been doing, or at least launched this time. And we've gathered data for the past 4 or 5 years, and we're here to show you what our findings are. So to begin, I want to start with the conversation about where are we in terms of ASEAN, right? So the Philippines, we're the second largest in terms of population. However, in terms of GDP and GMV, we're pretty low. But it doesn't mean that there are no opportunities here, and I'll tell you why. Over the past few years, you could see here cumulative investments in the Philippines range about 2 to 3% compared to our other competitive neighbors. Now, it doesn't mean that there are no opportunities here. Maybe it was just a cause of timing, right? And this brings me to the optimistic sense that we've been seeing the past few years, is that maybe this is the sign that we've been looking for. As you know, when there's a crisis, there's always an opportunity. And this indicates one thing here that you see, that the Philippines is really a hospitable space for startups. One being, in terms of consumption for the population, 90% is being driven by consumption. And this is very interesting because our growth as an economy has consistently been growing as well. This slide gives you an idea. In the tech industry, a lot of startups raise funds, and we've met over 700 startups of an estimated more than 1,000 startups in the whole Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. And we saw that in terms of the amounts raised by startups, this year alone is exceeding the total amounts raised from the past 4 years total. This shows you a few things, right? And of course, majority of this fundraise come from corporate-backed startups. But outside of that, it really shows that there is a willingness, there is that shift or paradigm shift towards a growing digital economy. Of course, during this whole work from home situation, as you know, we're stuck at home. We need to work. We need to provide value. We can't just stay at home. So the internet was definitely a must need in order to survive during this pandemic. Access to products and services, essentials, information, all the way to communication when you're talking and learning or working, right? And we're seeing a lot of investments going towards this specific industry, mainly because the demand is there. Now, because of the amount of competition in the Philippines, it's good for the consumers because there are choices and better value in terms of pricing. And this is amazing in terms of what the indicators look like for the next coming years post-pandemic. Now, if we talk about finance, funny enough, my anecdote always is during this pandemic is, if you think about it, when you wake up during this pandemic, during a lockdown, you stay at home, you don't have to travel, everything is within a click of a button. You go to your conference calls, you do your events, you do your calls, you do your meetings, but also at the same time, that's also where you order your food, you do your deposits, your transfers and whatnot. So in essence, more than 90% of the whole Filipino population is already involved in the digital economy. And most, if not all of this population that's already embedded in the digital economy, we see that continuing post-pandemic because it provides so much value. Time saved in terms of also in terms of value, productivity-wise, but also in terms of the amount of money that's being put in and used and expensed, because we see that the digital economy is very, very scalable, but also highly, highly productive. And this shows you in the financial space, we're seeing a lot of digital payments actually at the record high. Now, of course, we've talked about a few things that really made the Philippines, or at least now, created this digital acceleration during this pandemic. But at the end of the day, what are our specific benchmarks to really see an optimistic opportunity in the space for the tech scene? For us at the 𝗤𝗎𝗃 Philippine Fund, and you can see more of our insights and findings through our report. The link is on the slide. You can see a few things, but the most important thing here is the iron triangle. The iron triangle was coined by Jack Ma from Alibaba, and it states that an iron triangle creates the foundation of a digital economy. So in this case, we have e-commerce. All your e-commerce, you add to cart, all the 1111s, that's e-commerce. But that's our way of accessing products and services, right? It could be also just normal SME companies. The next one is finance, right? Finance, we have all the e-wallets, we do everything completely peer-to-peer. It could be with bank, but all digital banking transactions rather than actually in-person transactions, which means that it's faster to actually transact with any person, products or service. And lastly, logistics. We need logistics because the delivery of products and services is still essential and will always be essential when it comes to an archipelagic nation like ours. And of course, right now, logistics is trying really, really hard and putting a lot of effort to reduce the prices and better turnaround time, delivery time, because if we do that, the better products and services are provided by consumers. And of course, because we're an archipelagic nation, there's a lot to be done there. So when you create this, if you have these strong pillars of e-commerce, finance, and logistics, you end up with a very interesting place for a digital economy where a lot of startups can create from any different industry, can rely on the iron triangle to actually prosper long term. Now, if you're asking, okay, so what's gonna happen? Interestingly enough, 2021 is a banner year, mainly because in our history of the Philippine startup ecosystem, this is the first time that tech startups have raised Series Bs and one Series C, which is Kumu. Of course, funding can mean that it's a vehicle for faster growth, but also it could be a conversation of how can they survive if it's just funding all the time. But I don't want to get to that conversation. My point here is because of the iron triangle, a lot of other startups see that they can scale more because there are more consumers that are locked in to actually be reliant on the digital economy to survive long term. And this is what we've seen over the years in different parts of our ASEAN neighbors, but also in the Western part of the world, right? Everything is at a click of a button. Now, for us, being investors of Kumu, Tier 1, Maria Health, Education, Cloud Eats, Flower Store, what's important for us is fundamentals. Can these startups understand how it is to create a financially sustainable organization, right? And camels are definitely a good trait rather than unicorns because camels are really resilient, cautious, committed, and customer focused. And we've seen all of our portfolios thriving during the pandemic because we see that they are a fundamental need for the ecosystem, and it will remain that way over a long period of time. Now, of course, what's next? What's going to keep us excited? Well, as you know, in the Philippines, we are a matriarchal country, and that means that women founders, women CEOs are a pillar in the economy, and it's important to see that the future is female, and we're seeing that before 2015, for every 5 male founders, there would be 1 female founder. But now it's actually 1:2, meaning for every 2 male founders, there's 1 female founder already. And sooner or later, we get to a target ratio of 1:1. Now, why is this important? Because it levels the playing field, and technology really provides that because there is no discrimination. It's about the value a person, a company, a service can provide, and that holds no barriers at all. And this is the beauty about this industry. Now, of course, industries to watch, we talk about the Iron Triangle as it fortifies even more, as we find more companies seeing the viability and consumers as well. We see that expansion of the Iron Triangle really trickle into other industries. Of course, entertainment, Kumu is a definitely great example. They have thrived and benefited from the Iron Triangle, but also in terms of other companies that see niche solutions that are important, the Iron Triangle will be your friend. Of course, we talk about crypto in the scene. Blockchain specifically is such a big industry already in the Philippines. But what's interesting is that we're seeing this nudge and shift where we are way more open to what's available because we're already entrenched and see the value of the digital economy. And I have to say that this pandemic, although it's a double-edged sword, really created this platform where all of the industry wants to be in, where it's going to be a faster acceleration and growth for the economy, for ourselves, for our family, for our career, but also for the industry. And I want to just stop there and thank everyone for listening in. There's a lot to take in. We have a report for that. Feel free to read it. There's a lot of things you can learn from the essence of where the tech industry started, where we are now, and where it will go. And hopefully, you listening right now, you can benefit from this so you too can create a future-proof digital or tech-enabled enterprise that is ready for the next generation of a Philippine economy. Thank you so much. Salamat kaayo og maayong buntag, maayong hapon, maayong gabi kaninyong tanan.
Thank you very much, Carlo. We're moving on to the Q&A, but before that, I think Jovit would like to take a photo of all speakers as well as the participants of this ICT BPM Summit. So can we do that now, Jovit?
Okay, Sir Nimrod, thank you for that. May I have everyone please turn on their cameras for our second virtual photo op. Okay, thank you very much. So please keep your poses for a few seconds while we take the pictures. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Your name now, back to you.
Okay, so we're going to continue with the Q&A portion for the second part of day 1 of the ICT BPM Summit. So first question, we had somebody asking about artificial intelligence. So, well, we did have a speaker, Pao, earlier from PLDT talking about artificial intelligence. So for the common man, we have a lot of wannabe entrepreneurs also attending this afternoon's activity. So in what aspect can or in what business can they apply AI, especially for those who would like to start up, people who'd like to go into business but they don't really know what to do? So can we have a little insight from our speakers as to how they could do this? So anybody can answer, or maybe we'll start with Pao.
Thank you for that, Nimrod. And mayong hapon sa lahat. And madamo gid nga salamat sa pag-imbita sa akon, no. Also born and raised from the Visayas, and particular to the question, actually in any business you can have AI. You just really have to understand where you want to put it, right? You could have a lot of optimizations, but as I mentioned earlier, it's not really a magic hammer. You need to understand which parts of the business that you want to improve, or which parts of the business might be too expensive already. So, and you also need to understand what you have, specifically the foundational element. No, we talk about data all the time for AI, and there are also other parts of it, like for example, for the architecture or the infrastructure that you need. So it's not just connectivity. You need your data centers, you need compute capability, you need your wireless and wired connectivities there. And as we've been hearing with the other speakers, no, there needs to be a start of the understanding and the skills creation, specifically for AI. And although there are a lot of no-code implementations already, you cannot move forward. So you need foundations, and the second one is you need to have the sustainability portion. So, and for new businesses, I'm really thinking that I want to drive the point that you will not just be serving people in the future, but there will be 3 times more devices that you will be serving. So you need to understand now that you will not be just talking to people in the future. You will be talking to devices also. So that's something that I'd like to pick the brains of everybody listening here, and it would be nice to have that conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Another thing, we had a very interesting presentation from Edsel with regards to how sari-sari stores can now go online and expand their business, which could also be related to Payoneer and probably also to the talk of Carlo earlier. So initially, what has been the reception for this?
It's very good. Actually, hey. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, if I may re-emphasize again, it's a metaphor basically, but literally it may be applied. The important thing is we should be able to make the delivery of these technologies really becoming more and more pervasive. In the past few months or in the past year, I just realized when we are crafting different solutions to our customers, and also as part of our conversation to the heads of IT, CIOs, a lot would really want to adapt to the transformation. Technology is really sexy, right? Who doesn't want technology? Who doesn't want the transformation anyway? But always the issue is how much investment can they afford in order to adapt to what they really want to do in the future. And we try to source out and also revisit the different business cases and try to crunch the different cost drivers on how we can possibly make these technologies becoming more, the delivery of which becoming more pervasive, even in the countryside. It's not only about the internet. Well, internet is one thing. When we started to launch, for example, this year, the democratization of internet. Well, the internet, for example, for Eastern Communications, although our main strength is on the enterprise market, the reception of the cable TV operators, for example, to make internet delivery to the countryside is very high. We are not able, or we are not anymore simply selling them the same enterprise-grade internet, where the optimization to the US, optimization to China, optimization to, the standard internet destinations of enterprises. We totally revamped and curated the routing so that the end customer is ready. And hence, the utilization of our backhaul, for example, to Iloilo, our backhaul to Davao, to CDO, sobrang tumaas after we launched the program early this year. And I also mentioned about the cybersecurity earlier. Who doesn't want to have a cyber-secured business, right? Realizing from the fact that around 70 to 80% of the attacks are targeted towards the SMEs, but building your own SIM, Security Incident and Events Management System, setting up your own SOC, Security Operations Center, and building the resources to manage your business is not very easy. Attrition rate in the Philippines is so high, cybersecurity is so expensive, so we make it as much as possible as a service as well. And that's one of the good news that we are telling to the market today. You don't necessarily have to be a big enterprise to enjoy the security, benefits, because everything can actually be done on subscription. Democratization of a tier 3 data center. A lot of our customer visits, my personal customer visits, the data center is, the servers and all the other stuff are just located in one room with window type air condition that we don't need, the humidity and the temperature are not being monitored anymore. Sometimes there are times when the aircon goes down, etc. And one option, of course, is to cloudify the platform, cloudify the infrastructure. But one of the issues in cloudifying the infrastructure, if you're not subscribed to an enterprise-grade internet, if that is a data center, you have to traverse across the boundaries of the Philippines. And that's already a challenge. Although the internet quality in the country has been improving and has been, the price has been improving as well. Going down is what I mean. But bringing in these cloud resources to the Philippines, especially during the pandemic when we are all constrained with our supply chain. So just to answer, the take-up of the market is really very high. And we're glad to be one of the partners in the digital transformation of our customers, new customers, especially when the pandemic started to hit us.
Okay, in the case of Payoneer, you are also operating in other countries around Asia. So I understand that here in the Philippines, there has been some sort of a hesitancy by some people with regards to the use of electronic payment systems. So what was your experience in other countries that you could probably apply here in the Philippines to encourage our countrymen to adopt to the new system? Miguel?
Sir Nimrod, Sir Miguel is not in the room right now, sir.
Okay, he's not here. So, well, since I was already talking about the small businesses, so let's go to Carlo. Carlo, you have your company is supporting a lot of the startups, a lot of small industries. So can you give us an idea as to the Cebu companies or the local companies that have been that have benefited from your program?
Yeah, thanks. So as a venture capital firm, basically what we do, we provide capital to small companies, or at least fledgling early stage companies so they can scale faster, no, in exchange of equity. So the goal is from the exchange of equity with the increase of market share and revenues they provide, the value of our equity still goes up because every time there's a new funding round, that also increases the valuation of a company. The goal is, of course, for the company or startup to go public, but that's not the usual case anymore. Most of the time, there are mergers and acquisitions, and even then, the road towards that would take around 5 to 10 years, depending on how good you are looking for startups. So to give you an example, Kumu, which is the most valuable technology startup in the Philippines right now, most likely your house help or people during the pandemic wanting to make pocket change or at least making a living out of it, they've already provided enough living wages for over thousands of Filipinos globally and about 20 million active users already. Technology really creates this space where, we're not talking Cebu, we're not talking Bacolod market. This is a global Filipino market. So take out all the barriers, take out all the languages, take out all the demographical barriers that make a business the usual SME business. That's completely changed already, and we're seeing that after this pandemic. We've seen over 700 startups from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. The furthest that we've seen was actually somewhere in Sultan Kudarat, right? And there's really no excuse to not create a startup or even just an e-commerce platform, because there's Shopee, there's Lazada. The Iron Triangle provides anyone that platform to go nationwide or regional. So for us, because we're backed and we have an infrastructure in the Pan-Asian region, our role is to find the right startups that do provide, our investors that invest in our fund to actually make good returns in a span of 5 to 7 years. And we've been proud to be funded by Filipinos for Filipinos. And most, if not all, our startup portfolios right now, that includes Flower Store, which came in Manila, now in Cebu, already dominating. 𝗥𝗚𝗃 coming to Cebu. They're already moving to Thailand and Vietnam. There's really no, it's really how far your technology can scale. And I think that's the beauty of what we do, because the returns can be exponential if we do it right. And so far, we're one of the premier local VCs in the Philippines, and we're very proud of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Carlo. So it's now not anymore limited to one area, but you can actually go all over the world, even if you're just at home. So can I ask this question to Mr. JDL and also to Tin with regards, because we have some students also who are participating in this summit. So our education system, there have been a lot of people saying that we are not really that competent internationally. There's so many things that we can do. On the other hand, there are people saying that, oh, we have very good schools. So how are our schools addressing the need for more people in the IT sector? So can we start with Mr. JDL?
Isn't that supposed to be ladies first? Or is this according to age? Okay.
We'll start with you, then we go to Tin, because it's also a different thing for them, because their company, Lexmark, is one of the biggest companies in Cebu that has been pioneering in the IT sector. So let's start with you first on the general level.
We're quite familiar with technically everybody sitting in this panel. Good afternoon to everyone. And to all of our viewers and listeners, mayong hapon sa inyo tanan. Broadcasting from Negros, where Spring Valley is. And well, the last numbers that we ran in terms of employability, specific to computer science and IT graduates, is about just 3%. So it's a lousy 3%. Not much has changed. That being said, the talent of the Filipino is tremendous. Okay, so sometimes these students just basically learn by themselves. Now, I'm not going to go gloom and doom on this very nice afternoon. No? The conversation between the industry and the academia has been getting healthier and healthier. The academicians are becoming younger. That's why they embrace digital and technology a little bit better than what it was 10 years ago. So that being said, there's still a lot of gaps that we have to fill, primarily in terms of talent creation. So industry associations like the PSIA, for instance, and IBPAP, and the Animation Council and the like, we technically take away all of the bells and whistles. We technically have two mandates. One is to grow the market. The second one is to create the talent and help create the talent that's going to help grow the market. So just to demystify what the mandate would be for industry associations. That's what we are mandated to do. No? So again, apparently, while we are improving in terms of skill set, everybody else is also improving. No? So if you talk about computer science, it's already a required class when you take your third grade in China and in similar places. No? So the quality of developers, let's say in Eastern Europe, is still very, very huge. But we need more Lexmarks here that is going to tell us that's going to tell the world a different story. So I interviewed them during the time I created the Cebu IT BPM roadmap way back 2010 when I was still heading to launch, and pretty impressed with what's happening there in Cebu. Again, Nim, this is my panata already. I think this is the how many? More than a decade event, and I'm never going to get tired of it. Thanks for the question, and I hope I answered it.
Thank you, Miguel. So now can we hear from Tin as to with regards to your hiring of people? So how difficult or how easy is it to hire people from our fresh graduates? I saw your video earlier. Somebody said she was a fresh graduate and she was accepted. So how hard or how easy is it now, Tin?
For the past 1 to 2 years, it's been really very challenging because of the K-12 transition. So I have to admit to that. I think that really has caused some challenge for Lexmark to hire fresh grads. What we see in the market, it's really very dynamic. A lot of, Carl is here, like startup companies as well, a lot of software companies starting up. So that becomes very competitive. So what we do, at least for Lexmark, is that we really have to collaborate with the schools and the academe. We have an academe linkage program in order to work with them in terms of upskilling probably some skills that we need in the company. But over the past 20 years, we've really proven that the quality is there. What we've worked with graduates from school is more on, I would say, more on culture or the ability to speak up, the ability to push back, the ability to challenge the status quo, being able to create that kind of environment and taking advantage of the talent that we have here. We're really very creative. I think it could lead to a more innovative workplace. It could lead to a more innovative solutions. They say technology is challenging to develop, but culture is twice as hard. So in Lexmark, we've really been focused not only on upskilling the technical skills, but then at the same time, the more on incorporating that in the workplace or from a behavior standpoint. And I agree as well that there's some gaps like adaptation, for example, to data science and analytics. That has been the evolution of the IT BPM industry, right? But we do have like schools that are offering that. I guess in Manila, or I think UP just opened it up too. I think we need to accelerate that in terms of offering that from a Cebu. I think from a BPO industry, that's the future. So being able to accelerate that, I think it's key in order for us to continue to produce this quality graduates.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'd like to go further. It would be nice to talk with industry leaders like you, but then we're also pressed for time. But tomorrow we have another session for the ICT BPM Summit of the 2021 Cebu Business Month celebration. So I would like to thank Mr. 𝗜𝗖𝗧-𝗕𝗣𝗠, Mr. Jonathan de Luzuriaga, Mr. Paul Edward Alvarez, 𝗜𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗄𝗏, Mr. Miguel Warren, and Carlo Dalantar for joining us this afternoon for day one of our ICT BPM Summit. Thank you to all of you on behalf of the CBM team of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So with that, we would like to remind everyone that tomorrow we will start accepting before 1 p.m. and then we will continue with day 2 of the CBM 2021 ICT BPM Summit. Thank you and good afternoon.
Good day, passengers. This is your captain speaking once again. For the last 25 years, we at Cebu Pacific have been enabling everyone to fly. And it has been such an honor to have made a lot of travel moments with you. We have always been known to make the flight experience fun for everyone. And as the skies open once again, let us look back at our 8 shared milestones. What a great day to fly! On March 8, 1996, we made our first maiden voyage from Manila to our hometown Cebu. Then we took off for our first international flight, Manila to Hong Kong on November 22, 2001. Those were great times. Philippines, meet Piso Fair, March 2004. We pioneered the first ever piso sale in the market. These piso sales really made air travel more accessible for everyone. To connect more people across the archipelago, through September 2007 to 2016, we invested in high-capacity ATR turboprop aircrafts to serve islands that can only be reached by smaller planes. In 2013, we received our first and biggest aircraft, the Airbus A330, and sent it to our first long-haul flight from Manila to Dubai. Baby Haven came into this world via 5J015 Dubai to Manila, the first Ceb baby born in flight. On our 20th year, we welcomed major changes, our new home, our new uniforms, and a brand new look in the skies. We even partnered with UNICEF for its Change for Good program. And last 2017, we flew our first 150 millionth passenger. Throughout our 25 years, we have celebrated countless wonderful moments with you, our dear passengers. I, your captain, together with Cebu Pacific family, can't wait to bring you back to the beautiful destinations you have missed. We're looking forward to more smiles ahead as everyone flies again.
The lines that connect us have never been this important. From the simple things that give us joy and hope to the ones we have to accomplish. There is a need to be connected to the things we do and to the people around us. The lack of a future-ready connection is what created us. From a startup in Central Luzon to what we are now, our purpose remains the same: to make everyone's online experience better. From businesses to public institutions to your homes and the entire country, we believe that digitalizing the Philippines empowers the people. We work hard to power micro, small, medium, and large-scale businesses to allow them to maximize their productivity with the latest broadband technology that fits their needs, to better connect them to their audiences and customers. Because we know the value of what education brings to every Filipino, together with the Department of Education and local governments, we are connecting schools to teachers and teachers to all their students, providing reliable and fast internet. This helps build the future of the youth and the nation. Converge is empowering every Filipino household as the home becomes the school, the workplace, and the marketplace in one. With its pure fiber connection, Converge offers speed, stability, and reliability to meet the evolving needs of its residential customers, providing the best experience for their work from home, online classes, news and information needs, to seamless entertainment consumption, such as social media, movie streaming, music, sports, and gaming. Our customers' experience is at the forefront of our success. Going beyond their connectivity, we lead the way in product innovation, customer response, digital infrastructure, and network improvements. Because more than the connection, we empower. We empower you, the businesses that fill your needs, and the country's. We are focused in providing all our customers the best of what the internet has to offer, with true high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber connectivity. And we are making it available to every Filipino. Breaking into an already established industry, it is the passion of our people to bring fresh innovations to Filipinos that sets us apart. The Philippines' need for better internet is evident by our exponential and unrivaled growth, boosting us to have one of the biggest IPOs in the country and transforming us into a world-class broadband provider with the Filipino consumer in mind. With our unparalleled growth, we set our sights on interconnecting the entire country, now linking Visayas and Mindanao to our domestic fiber backbone. To connect the unserved and underserved areas in the country, this lives in the fiber of how Converge came to be. Knowing how essential connectivity is today and in the future, we're not just making stable connections available to more Filipinos. We are giving them the lifeline they need and deserve. Now, the way we connect has never been this powerful. With everything we do in our lives, the world is becoming more and more connected. Converge provides more than just fiber internet. We give the lifeline for a future-ready nation.
Thank you for calling PLDT. How can I help you?
Good morning, sir.
They will call
Uy,
you with
kumusta? How was it?
Thank you. You came all the way just to give me this. Yes, of course. There's a little
I really enjoyed your presentation.
I'm glad that you enjoyed the presentation, sir.
You know, out of all of the meetings...
Pala yan?
Ma'am, kayo po.
It's been a while.
Thanks, everyone, and stay safe. Bye, guys!
Ikaw at ako pinagtagpo, nag-usap ang ating puso, nagkasundong magsama habang buhay.
Ikaw at ako, together, we have transformed homes into sanctuaries, working and learning spaces.
Ikaw at ako, making lives better through education.
Ikaw at ako, hawak kamay, ipagpatuloy natin ang pagsilbi sa ating mga kababayan.
Sana'y di magmaliw ang pagtingin, kay daling sabihin, kay hirap gawin, sa mundong walang katiyakan. Sabay nating gawin kahapon ng bukas.
Ikaw at ako, magkasalo sa pag-share ng happiness sa buong bansa.
Ikaw at ako, patuloy na nagbibigay ng serbisyo para mapasaya ang mga Pilipino.
Ikaw at ako ay magkatuwang sa pagbibigay pag-asa sa bawat Pilipino.
Bawat hangad kayang abutin, sa pangambay di paaalipin. Basta't ikaw, ako, tayo, magpakailanman.
Ikaw at ako, patuloy ang ating serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Together, let us make things happen today.
Ikaw at ako, magka-partner sa pagsasakatuparan ng ligtas, convenient, at affordable na pagbiyahe ng mga Pilipino kapiling ang ating mga mahal sa buhay para sa inaasam-asam na better normal.
Ngayon at kailanman, ikaw at ako.
Here's a warm hello from Eastern Communications. We're here to present a refreshing point of view that when it comes to delivering business communication solutions, it's time to bring back the human connection. As we do all we can to offer technology that is always solid and reliable, we never lose sight of our brand of personalized customer service. It's a connection that is both high-tech and high-touch. That's our strong connection. We are Eastern Communications.
We are an organization intensive in youth, in desires, and in a commitment to take great steps to live the values that unite us. We are a company that listens to a mission and has decided to respond daily to the call. We are 𝗜𝗚, establishing a welcoming and respectful workplace that affirms the dignity of each person, fostering the spirituality and unique contributions of each individual through our Mission at Work programs. Communication at Work promotes an open communication based on respect, mutual trust, and the understanding of the mission, values, and plans of 𝗜𝗚. Learn at Work. Support employees through career development classes. Care at Work. Support an environment where the person trusts and support each other in a caring second family manner. But making people's lives better goes beyond employees. It also refers to employees' families and our communications through our Give at Work program. We support charities and establishments that provide assistance to the underprivileged. And Fun at Work, to keep our employees engaged through fun activities. Our mission is our call, and we share it with you so that our Strides values will be an explicit, concrete, and visible commitment to serve and love others. In order to be the best BPO, we make people's lives better.
At Vivant, we embrace change because we know that to succeed, we need to be a strong partner. A partner who takes the time to listen and provide solutions that benefit everyone. Vivant's growth throughout the energy sector is a testament to our strategic relationship and our ability to adapt to a changing world. As we expand beyond power, our business model of foresight, cooperation, and adaptability will always push us forward. Vivant, solutions for a changing world.
Ako si Arnold Asis, ang may-ari ng Arnet Agrimarts, at ito ang diskarte ko. One-stop shop kami for all gardening and farming needs. Nagbebenta kami ng pots, fertilizers, seeds, and greenhouse materials. Actually, before Lazada, I have to travel a lot to meet distributor kasi kailangan mo silang puntahan para makabenta ka. So, malimit, malayo ako sa pamilya ko. And kailan talaga doble-doble yung effort mo para makabenta ka lang. Actually, hindi rin naman ako techie eh. So, wala rin ako masyadong alam sa online. And yun yung maganda kay Lazada kasi marami siyang tools. Nandyan yung Lazada University para lahat ng kailangan mong malaman, madali mong matututunan. And nandyan din yung community of sellers na very much willing tumulong lalo na sa mga bagong sellers. Hindi lang basta nakabawi yung business namin, mas lumaki pa siya ngayon. At kahit mas malaki siya ngayon, mas magaling yung trabaho namin kasi online na lahat. Huwag kayong matakot matuto at sumubok ng bago kasi andyan naman sa Lazada lahat ng kailangan nyo para mag-succeed ang business nyo. Lahat naman siguro tayo nakakapa sa sitwasyon natin ngayon. Pero sa halip na tingnan natin ito bilang problema, maganda siguro tingnan natin bilang opportunity upang mag-adapt at mag-evolve sa pagpapalaganap ng e-commerce sa Pilipinas. Kasi kung kaya ko, kaya niyo rin. Lazada.
don't want. If we get everyone else vaccinated, 70% yung tinatawag na herd immunity, maprotektahan yung 30% na hindi magpabakuna. Oo.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudunga ang kaugmaon sa kanaw-kanaw. Sugdantang pagbangon, dungan natong sugato na bagong adlaw. Karon ang panahon, busa magpabakuna ta, kini ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID pabakuna. Di na nato dugayo, di na panumbalingon na kabala ka, ali magkuyog na. Dungan natong pandayon ang nangagunom ng mga dambuta. Mabalik pa ang tanan kung magkahiusap, usap, magpabakuna ta, hindi ang pagpanggata sa usab-usab. Padayon usa ka komunidad kontra sa COVID pabakuna. Karon ay layo na.
Invite na po ang mga tao nga magpabaksin sila.
I encourage everyone to get vaccinated.
Invite mo tanan nga to take the opportunity to have a vaccine. Ma-free ta tanan sa worries or sa anxiety na to sa about this pandemic which is the COVID-19.
The best vaccine is the one that is available.
Diyan ang paglaom, sudunga ang kaugmaon ta, higala busa magpabakuna ta.
Now that we have the vaccines here, please do avail of the vaccine to end this pandemic.
Golden Prince, it's been